पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you all. An integral part of life are the words that Balkrishna Doshi sir lived with. His greatest contribution to the architecture community was his powerful words of wisdom that echo the timelessness of his structures. We'll miss him dearly. Let us take a moment to honor this legendary architect. I request everyone to please stand up for a moment of silence. Thank you. We'll now present a short clip in the memory of our beloved friend Dhruba Baruah.
Dhruba Baruah from Assam, roll number 404.
मेरा नाम धरित्री बरुआ है। मैं ध्रुवा बरुआ की बहन हूँ। मुझे आज भी याद है जब भैया का एडमिशन कॉलेज ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर कोल्हापुर में हुआ था, तब हम लोग सब बहुत वरीड थे कि वो पढ़ने के लिए इतनी दूर जाएंगे, एक अनजान जगह में कैसे रहेंगे। लेकिन कुछ महीने बाद जब वो हॉलीडेज़ पे आए थे, तब उन्होंने बताया था कि कोल्हापुर के लोग कितने अच्छे हैं, कितने हेल्पफुल हैं, उनके सारे क्लासमेट, सारे टीचर्स उनका कितना ख्याल रखते हैं। उनको ऐसा फील ही नहीं होता था कि वो घर से इतने दूर है। आज भी आप लोगों ने उनको अपनी यादों में ज़िंदा रखा है, उसके लिए मैं बहुत थैंकफुल हूँ आप लोगों की। और मैं दुआ करती हूँ कि आप लोगों का जो ये प्रोग्राम है, जो इनिशिएटिव है, वो बहुत बहुत सक्सेसफुल हो और जो बडिंग अपकमिंग आर्किटेक्ट्स हैं उनको इस प्रोग्राम से बहुत सारा इंस्पिरेशन मिले. थैंक यू.
To begin with introducing our first guest for the day, architect Biju Kuriakose. Biju Kuriakose co-founded Architecture Red, an architecture and urban design firm based out of Chennai, India. Having studied architecture in Mumbai, Biju received his master's degree in architecture and urban design from Pratt Institute, New York. Architecture Red's current projects include designing public streets and public places for the entire neighborhood of Adyar within the city of Chennai, developing master plan for a new 150-acre mixed-use township in Panvel, a mixed-use master plan for the city of Salalah in Oman, housing projects of various scales in Chennai, Bangalore and Trivandrum, as well as multiple institutional buildings within the crescent. In 2022, Architecture Red won the National Design Competition organized by Council of Architecture to design the new Center of Excellence within Bangalore University for the community of architects. They have won several national as well as international design awards, including the World Architecture News Award for the Best Urban Design Project in 2009, for the Master Plan of Nordarmen in Copenhagen, as well as IIA National Award in 2016 for the Airport City in Oman. In 2015, Architecture Red made it to AD50, a selection of the top 50 design firms in the Indian subcontinent by Architectural Digest magazine. Prior to the founding Architecture Red, Biju was an associate and design director at Foxfall Architects, a leading architectural planning and urban design firm based out of New York. Biju has been invited to several prestigious forums including Metropolitan Waterfront Alliance New York, Pratt Institute and Columbia University New York as a speaker and studio critic. He was also invited to be a part of the Goethe Institute's Visitors Program 2017 in Germany, looking at water issues and studying the relationship of water to communities. He has been a member of the Board of Review of Sapt University, Ahmedabad since 2018. He currently teaches at the School of Architecture and Planning, Anna University, Chennai as an external studio critic. I would like to invite Biju sir to please come and
thank you, Kolhapur. Thank you, organizers, to invite me here. This is my first time in Kolhapur, and it's been a wonderful honor. It's great to be honoring one of your fellow architects. It's a great honor for me to also be along with Bijoy and architect Mohe. Two architects I greatly admire. Bijoy had been a mentor for a long time, so it's a great honor to be here with all of you to share some of our works and some of the journey that we have gone through over the years, even prior to kind of setting up the practice. Both me and Kishore, who's my partner, we studied architecture together in Mumbai, graduated in '97, and then we pretty much went separate paths. I went to New York, did my master's, continued to work there for about 10 years, and then moved back in 2008 to kind of set up the practice Architecture Red along with Kishore. We came back together to kind of set that up. We are based out of Chennai. We work across most of the southern cities. We do some work in Mumbai now. But our work kind of ranges from interiors that we do now to large-scale planning, urban design work. It's a variety of work that we are involved in, different typologies, different scales of work, and we really like to kind of look at architecture in that sense because all of them kind of teach us different things. And I often say we are not a practice who like to choose our clients in the sense that we feel that there is so much to learn from everybody, and unless of course the client is completely unreasonable to deal with, we like to kind of work with people from different point of view to kind of really learn and understand what this world is all about, And most of our work comes from that learning that we get from the practice that we do. So I titled it Imagining Buildings as Places, a Quest for Collective Realm, and this is something that is a continuous, rigorous kind of inquiry that we have in the studio, and we continue to do with every project that we do, irrespective of the scale of the project, etc. I studied in the early 1990s architecture, started in 92, and during those years we were obsessed with this idea of objects. You know, we were greatly inspired by the works of the Corbusier, even though we had greats like Korea and Doshi practicing pretty much at the peak of it. We were really kind of inspired by all these object buildings, and a lot of our thinking, a lot of our initial years kind of driven by that kind of approach in terms of looking at it, building it as an object. And that kind of pretty much took me through the sort of the architectural education. And not just the idea of the object, but also the way the cities were built in the modernist thinking, you know, and because it continued to make this argument for not just great object buildings, but also large swaths of open spaces. And so it was beautiful to look at. It was fantastic, and that kind of really in many ways drove many of my thinking and kind of the way I looked at architecture. And you can see many of the cities imagined during the modernist movement also continue to kind of promote this idea of the object sitting in the park, and kind of very inspired by that. So while it made an interesting formal expressions of city design from the aerial view, at a human level, places were vast, inactive, alien in scale, and I think some of these things were never noticed, when we were so fascinated with the object itself. And that's when I went for my master's in the sort of the late 1990s, where I did urban design in New York, and got exposed this, sort of the very energetic new movement called New Urbanism. And was really again kind of inspired and started thinking completely differently from whatever I kind of learned initially, or how I looked at things, how I looked at cities, how I looked at buildings, especially. And so, New Urbanism talked a completely different language. It talked about streets, it talks about life. It started looking at architecture completely differently from the sort of the from the modernist way of one looks at cities itself. But then again, when you look at those buildings, they were not, at least the way it was practiced during those years, you will see that the ground was completely active, and there was a lot of effort gone to kind of really reimagine these neighborhoods as very vibrant, pedestrian-friendly streets. The building continued to remain, or buildings were not so imaginative. And so while this facilitated active, vibrant, and walkable cities, the importance of the building as an object, and which is the completely reverse of what I talked about earlier, an object as an expression, identity, and curiosity faded away in the urban design and the planning discourse. And a lot of these thinking kind of driven from the United States, at least the way it was practiced, and was I was right in the middle of it through the practices that I was involved with at the initial years. And so when I came back to India in 2008, and when I started setting up the practice with Kishore, it was again a completely new learning. It's almost like every time you kind of switch on, switch off, switch on, switch off, there are these periods where you get inspired and driven by certain thinking. And at some level, it was also about trying to kind of find out who you are. And I think in many ways, even today for us, architecture journey to me is a discovery of myself. And I don't mean to kind of, state that in a very sort of philosophical way. It is truly about observing and finding out what this world is all about. And I think that's the most fascinating part for me about being an architect. is not that we go there and start to practice a certain particular kind of theory. We are more interested in trying to find out what kind of theoretical framework can come out of the practice that we do. So every project that we do becomes extremely important because it really leads us into the next one that we go in. So when we started practice in India, it was very clear at the early years itself is that we have to completely look at the processes that we adopt, look at how we kind of approach or practice in a context like ours. The socio-economic and political context that we live in today throws many challenges at us and deeply impact the long-term sustainability of our cities. In times of pervasive digitalization, migration, climate crisis, and increasing social divisions and inequitability, the creation of places to meet the other has become one of the most crucial tasks for us as architects, particularly in the Indian context, where the increasing population densities are rendering land as a very scarce resource. And I think many of you know that we have a very unfair share of land compared to the rest of the world. We are the most populated country in the world. We have about 18% of the world's population, but we have only 2.5% of global land. And so land becomes an extremely crucial part. Land has to become extremely crucial part of our thinking. And at very early part of our career, we realized that if this is the context that we practice in, we have to think about density, because we know that at every time there will be a tremendous pressure on density, because if you can kind of, if we need to kind of take care of 18% of world's population needs in 2.5% of land, we can't exclude the discussion of density from that context that you practice in. In fact, we actually believe that if we are able to take care of 18% of world's population's needs in 2.5% of land, it's actually a wonderful, sustainable way of living. And so density becomes a crucial part of many of our explorations. And how do you organize density? How do you make density livable? All of them kind of becomes part of our thinking. Particularly in the Indian context, where increasing population densities are entering land as a very scarce resource, new configurations of public spaces and buildings are required to facilitate intergenerational dialogue between different people, genders, and cultures, while also addressing concerns of environment and equitability. How can architecture be a facilitator and a generator of culture of openness and inclusion, creating permeable enclaves as real social contenders and putting sustainable solutions into action? To what extent can a building extend beyond its notion of an object itself and address the issues of our fragmented social realm? And so what kind of buildings or what kind of cities are we building today? And I think I often use these two figure grounds to kind of talk about some of, again, the kind of thinking that we have within our studio. The one that you see on your left is your traditional city figure ground, the traditional Nolly plan. And the one that you see on your right is how we build our modern cities. And so if you carefully study this, and this to me is not just any figure ground diagram, I look at it more as a sustainability diagram, because the city on your left is actually the city of culture, the city of memories, the city where there is a close relationship between the buildings and the there is a close relationship between the buildings and the ground. Well, if you interestingly look at the figure ground on the right, it actually makes the argument for a larger open space. When you study them, you actually find much less figure compared to the ground that we have, you have. But when you actually go close into that and start to look at the real ground, you realize that most of these open spaces that you see in your figure ground diagram are all taken over by cars, the flyovers and the large motorized movement across the streets, and they are not as active or as people friendly as the figure ground diagram on the left. And it is also interesting that every time you make a slight tweak in the figure ground on the left, it starts to alter the context, it starts to alter that particular neighborhood, because that's the relationship between that building and the ground. While the one on the right, you can continue to kind of demolish and put new buildings in it, it doesn't really change or alter the way the city behaves. And so there's a strange disconnect between the figure and the ground, the way we are building our modern cities. And these are just some closer diagrams of a particular block. If you look at the traditional city on your left, if you take a typical building city block in a traditional city, what you see interesting is that there are three kinds of spaces formed within that block. One is your private space. One is your semi-public space, which is your community space in the middle, because you are actually required to build on the periphery of the plot. In other words, there's no setbacks. You're not allowed to leave setbacks. So you have to have your buildings come to the edge of the plot. What that leaves is it creates a natural semi-public space, a community space in the middle. And then there is a street which also becomes very public, because there's a very close relationship between the building and the building activities and the street itself. So what you find is that the streets or the sidewalks on these particular kind of figure ground cities is that they are quite active compared to the ones we build today. And if you look at our building regulations across any cities that we have in India, we actually promote and encourage the development of a figure ground like what you see on the right. What it tells you is that you have to take a plot and you have to leave a setback and put your building on the smallest part of your site. In other words, the pressure on the density is so much more compared to the figure ground on the left. So what you can build in 6 floors on the figure ground on the left, the same density can be accommodated only on 10 or 12 floors on the figure ground on the right. And so it is a completely different way of kind of building cities, and kind of what results it from that relationship is a completely different, character-wise a completely different city. It also takes away that third space, that community space. If you analytically look at it in very simplistic terms, what you see as a community space completely vanished in the new figure ground, because you got that space on the periphery. And what happens to that peripheral, these are just sections that illustrating that. The one on the top is your traditional city, where you have your private space, your community space, and you can see in that red there is a threshold space which makes its negotiation to that city, and which also kind of makes that street very active. And so the street itself becomes very public, pedestrian friendly spaces. While if you look at our figure ground, how we build our cities today, the entire, all of these spaces almost start to behave like a private space. So you have your own private space. When you come down, what that community space was there in the figure ground on the top is completely taken over by cars. So you see all around these buildings there are fire driveways and cars and motorized vehicles. And so your community space completely vanished the way we are building our cities. And also, when you come to the street, there is no transition, there is no space which kind of negotiates its relationship to the city. And hence, when you look at our streets, it's also taken over by cars, because there's nothing to activate those streets. So most of our cities, or the way we are building, all of them in many ways, whatever is legally public as well, also start to behave like a private space. All of them gets to start to taken over by these motor vehicles. And then we continue to build that. So this is a plot, and then you have the fire driveways all around it. And then we continue to repeat that. So our cities are actually a collection of real estate plots. They have nothing to do with its relationship to what is adjacent to it. So it is designed, or the building regulations are designed to kind of create, almost make it behave like a real estate plot. You have your plot, you put your buildings you leave the setback, put your buildings within that, and allow the city to be taken over by cars. And that's the kind of the nature of the city. And so in the process, we are making our cities completely private. I live in my house, I take my car, go to work, and I come back home in the same car and stay. So there is nothing which kind of makes any sort of relationship to the city, or create a sense of identity, sense of place for the people who live in that city. I'm sorry, it's just some loose connection. So how does a practice respond to an increasingly polarizing urban environment, especially when it deliberately chooses to place itself within that context, negotiating the complexities of the city's anchors, politics, place, people, and profit. In a world where wealth dictates access, how does an urban practice situate itself to affect its desired role as a practitioner, rooted firmly within the sphere of the public? Can the practice through its commissions re-envision the built artifacts to transcend being mere object buildings? Can these objects then become facilitators of a future urbanism by choosing to engage creatively with local planning regulations, deploying spatial strategies, and foster a sense of community, a sense of public, and sense of civitas? What place does social equity and civitas have? And some of our inquiries within our studio, and early on we realized that it became important to mediate between the city of the objects and the city and the human scale city. And over the years of the practice, we have attempted to marry these two paradigms, using the buildings as frameworks to create placemaking for people. As a practice, we are both a critique of the current context as well as attempting to demonstrate design processes that utilizes opportunities within this systemic framework to focus on creating places for people, strengthening communities, and facilitating expression of identities. The act of building is viewed as an inquiry into placemaking, a spatial manifestation of movement, memories, and life patterns. And so we were very lucky in our initial years to kind of get involved with a university in Chennai, which was largely a horizontal university. It's a 60-acre campus, 3 to 4-story buildings, existing buildings within the campus. It was an engineering college which became a university, and suddenly there was this requirement for all these new departments. And the client hired us to kind of really look to make that transition. And at that point, the campuses also kind of became part of the city core. And we knew that although it was a 60-acre campus, about 30 acres was taken over by another trust, which has a school within this. All these programs have to be incorporated within the balance amount of land. And so it became this wonderful opportunity for us to kind of explore some of these notions of how kind of almost starting to imagine the campus as a microcosm of a city, to kind of really look at ground, how do you kind of create campuses or buildings which kind of makes its relationship to the larger campus, but also transition from a horizontal campus to a vertical campus. How do you create vertical campuses which still makes its connect to the ground and create spaces for people to come together, creating sense of place, sense of identity along with it. So these are the 4 institutional buildings we are involved with. 3 of them are built. One is a student activity center, which we are currently designing. The one on your left is the first building that we started, the School of Aeronautics. Then we did the School of Life Sciences. We recently completed the School of Architecture, and then now we are involved with the Student Activity Center, and also just started a law college within the same campus at a different site. And so these are the sections of all the 4 buildings that we have designed, and you can see through that sections, we were not looking at these as object buildings. We were looking at every building to really look to activate the immediate surroundings. And so there was a set of ideas which came through the buildings that we did. And our role as architects and artists in many ways is to really put together many of these thoughts and layers of ideas that come to us in a very harmonious way. And we believe that in a context that we practice in, like in India, we can't choose to ignore the many complexities that comes with the project that we get involved with. It is not just the design. There are many other issues, economic issues, many stakeholders that come into play, land issues, etc. And so we can't choose to ignore the many complexities that comes with the practice, comes with the practice that we do. And ignore them and kind of look at it like Venturi talked about once about Mies' work. And he said Mies could do these wonderful, elegant buildings because he chose to ignore the many complexities that came with the project. In other words, it's an architecture of exclusion. And so when we practice in a country like ours, we can't really choose to ignore these complexities. If I do a housing project, I can't ignore the fact that housing as a typology faces many challenges in the context that we practice in. And hence, it's not just a resolution of a brief which comes to me as from the client and to resolve it. So I have to be conscious of the fact that there are many other challenges that involves and many other challenges that influence the kind of the way one designs in these typologies. I need to embrace those or work with those issues. So this is the first building, the School of Aeronautics, where you can see every building in the campus. When you come in, there is no doors. It's kind of opens up the campus. They are not closed buildings. So you will see that the campus street comes in. There is a space created, and then it flows its way into that the courtyard in the middle. One can also see that coming back of that traditional figure ground that I talked about earlier, where when one start to create that private space, and then that semi-public space in the courtyard that within that, and then the public space outside within the larger campus. So that three scales of spaces, which is so crucial in creating a sense of place and sense of identity, is being brought back here and start to kind of create a place within that building. So if I occupy this building, that courtyard gives me that sense of identity and a sense of place, while the way it opens up and blur those boundaries and opens up into the large campus, create that sense of belonging or identity within the larger campus. And so you are also it's not just a place-making exercise, it also start to create identities for you at different scales. And that's the kind of attempt that we tried to do within these sections of these buildings. And that's the image when it was completed. And so the campus just flows into the building. There is a sort of there is a section to that. So the larger program, laboratories, etc., are kind of tucked inside the ground floor, which you don't experience because the scale is quite large. So the idea is to kind of reduce the scale and kind of make it much more human-centric. So when you occupy that space, you congregate in that space, you are comfortable with that density all around you. And so that's kind of how the section is articulated. The building is lifted up, the ground becomes much more porous. There's a lot of these interaction spaces, community spaces created that all around the building. And the building then gets occupied in different ways in a very informal way. Once it's completed, you can see students sitting very informally, some sits on the window sills, and it just becomes almost like a thoroughfare. And the building acts as a sort of an umbrella which kind of protects, especially in a weather like Chennai, where one can kind of occupy these spaces throughout the year. And so this is the courtyard in the middle. And then we started working on a sort of a very quick project where they wanted to kind of build a School of Life Sciences, much smaller building compared to the School of Aeronautics. But the idea here was also that we knew that when it is a smaller building, so we can't create the kind of spaces that we created in the other building because it will become extremely inefficient. And so when we went up to the second floor, third floor of the roof of the existing building, which is right next to it, we realized that there is a new ground already exists in that roofscape. And so all we needed to do is to really articulate this building in a way that it start to activate that roofscape. And so in the process, one creates less building and less spaces, but start to activate that one that already exists, the way one articulates that architecture, that building itself. So the building gets fragmented, we plugged in a public program which then activate the roofscape, and that, sort of a simple articulation of the section, and that section gets expressed in the western facade of the building. And so what you see in the third floor is 3 floors are all the existing buildings, and this new building just becomes plugged into that, kind of connect to that roofscape, and gets extended and become part of the streetscape of the campus itself. And then every little space, one of the staircases we put it outside so that it can also act as an amphitheater. So when you deal with smaller buildings and try to make it efficient, you look at all these little spaces one can take advantage of and use it in multiple ways. So you articulate them differently in a way that it start to function more than a circulation space and start to act like amphitheaters, congregation spaces, etc., etc. Then we started getting involved in the School of Architecture. Again, a very tight site within the campus. You can see here, it's tucked in between the boundary wall and an existing building, and a very linear site. So, so when you start to kind of look at sites like this, and when you start to kind of leave the setback, you realize that you end with kind of the figure ground that I talked about earlier. And you continue to kind of create that object building. So along with this, we also designed the the Student Activity Center, which happened at behind the architecture school, So we continued with that relationship. So every time we did a building in the campus, we started to stitch that stitch that building into that campus. In the process, you are also trying to kind of activate and rejuvenate the campus for the long term. And so you can see this architecture school was at the end of the architecture school was at the end of this formal axis. This is the School of Aeronautics, that's the School of Life Sciences. And so we knew that we wanted to kind of create a space there which becomes a foreground space for both these buildings and allow this space to then, the ground to kind of become a thoroughfare which then goes and becomes a space in front of the Student Activity Center. So every time you kind of start to kind of stitch these together and then start to articulate the section in a way that the campus flows through the building. So most of these buildings, the ground floor becomes a place to kind of interact with the other disciplines. It becomes exhibition spaces, etc. So this is the School of Architecture. The ground becomes a place where it makes its relationship to the larger campus. And that's the space at the back, which then opens up into the Student Activity Center behind it. And so how do you design or kind of create the kind of spaces one needs to do an architecture school in such a tight site, very linear site? We started with an atrium. We realized that created only a space at the ground floor, and it didn't really kind of create that the kind of three scales of spaces that I talked about. Then we kind of staggered that. We almost created this new courtyard in the section. In other words, if I have to take this section and put it as a plan, you will see a traditional figure ground. And you almost kind of tried to kind of negotiate, make that relationship or negotiate that relationship between the figure and the ground in its section. In other words, in this particular case, the ground is actually within the figure. And for us, these are the kind of the fascinating part of practicing in a challenging context, practicing with with challenging building regulations. It forces you to look at new relationship. It forces you to look at new models of these relationships that can come. And so how do you kind of create these spaces where every floor in many ways has its courtyard where you come out, but it makes its relationship to the next, to the next, to the next, and then eventually then the campus kind of flows in. So you again start to see that private space, the community space, and the section kind of start to behave, and the ground behaves like a public space. And so you start to kind of create new relationship or new ways of articulating the traditional figure ground relationship, and in the process continue to bring back those community spaces, etc. So these are some of the just a three-dimensional articulation of the same this thing. The spaces is sculpted from that built mass to kind of create that section. So it's not just sculpted. One of the wings is entire wing kind of shifts down into the southern side. So it cantilevers 8 feet into the southern side to kind of protect that space from the southern exposure, so that the space is completely shaded. And it is also oriented towards the wind direction, so the space kind of completely opens up. And the larger programs and then get plugged in depending on the geometry of the site to that courtyard that we created in the section. And these are diagrams of each of the floors. You can see them flowing up and down. The ground floor is largely left open. Every floor has a larger congregation space. And that kind of, in many ways, also gets expressed in the facade and kind of becomes a language as well. This is when it was complete. You can see that space kind of cascading down. And what is fascinating is that when even when you are on the 7th floor, when you come out of the classroom, you are in that courtyard, you feel like you are in the ground floor, because you are constantly in relationship to that larger context. You are constantly connecting with you are evoking all your senses. When it rains, you are experiencing rain. When you have huge winds passing through it, you are experiencing the wind. It makes the density much lighter. It allows you to kind of be comfortable in the space that you occupy, and you almost make that building extremely breathable. It continues to kind of makes its connection to the larger context. And so we, over a period of time, these spaces then becomes spaces for workshops, juries, etc., where it also becomes a very lively, vibrant space, and in turn create a sense of identity for the people who occupy that space, and through that create memories as well. And then, there are multiple spaces carved out within that larger space on the ground floor, smaller, much more intimate spaces within that larger space. And the building is completely left open. It's a very porous building which allows the rest of the campus to kind of come inside. And again, some of these ideas are kind of expressed very much in the building as well. This is a new building which we are doing. Interestingly, that's the School of Law, which we just started. All the other buildings that we were doing is in the eastern part of the campus. And this is right at the beginning of the larger campus. It's a 60-acre campus. And you have a completely new relationship to the campus, and this particular site has. And so everything that we discussed earlier about linking, etc., is when it came to this site, we realized it has a completely different relationship, not just to the campus, but also its relationship to the outside. There's a new metro station coming up right outside there. This is where the campus starts. So that particular site had much more to offer in terms of the identity of the campus itself than just the program that it needed to occupy. So we went through a series of studies to kind of try and understand what these relationships are. That's the beginning of the campus. Further down on the east are all our existing buildings. And so we started to imagine them completely differently. I mean, this is that intersection, this is the street, the new metro station is going to come at the corner of it. And so we went back to the campus, to the management, and said, you have to imagine this not just as a law building, but to look at the ground floor as something which kind of really brings in an identity for the campus itself. Open it up to become exhibition spaces. This is probably where you display all your work of various disciplines, and so create a larger public space at the front. And then fragment the ground floor to really, kind of make the building almost like a thoroughfare. So what we were trying to do is to kind of really fragment the ground floor in a way that it becomes, the building kind of becomes a thoroughfare. So when you come in, you go into the campus, you can walk through the building at different places. There is a school which exists there. There is a football ground there. And so we tucked in a stance of that football ground to kind of make that relationship to the ground itself. But the building almost acts like a thoroughfare, and that's how the kind of the ground floor is articulated. And we brought in programs which supports that notion and idea of that, and so the base kind of becomes almost like a separate building, which many of these activities gets occupied, and the top then becomes the heavily programmed law college, which kind of sits on it. And again, look at that building as a much more porous building. Opening it up creates a certain kind of imageability to the campus. But the ground floor then becomes this completely open thoroughfare through which one meanders into the larger campus. Simple grid plan courtyard building above it. And so this is the football ground for the school, so that stands get stuck into that by the building. Very informal in its nature, but it can also repurposed to kind of use it for other programs as well, performances, etc., etc. And so that then becomes the new building which we are currently working on in the campus. Our thinking in architecture parallels our thinking about cities. It becomes important to negotiate between the private realm of the building and its role into the street and the neighborhood as a means to strengthen communities and local identities. Ideas of multiplicity in use, typology mixes, and reconfigured interdependencies needs to be pushed to new boundaries. We believe that the process of design must embrace and acknowledge all the complexities of the context and allow the building to truly become an extension of the city, irrespective of the scale of the building and the nature of its ownership. The act of building collectively becomes the act of shaping our cities. And so when we started working on housing projects, and about 8 years back, we started working on some large housing projects, we realized that it is going to be extremely challenging, and we were very conscious of the fact that it in many ways will start to define who we are and test us who we are as architects. And a lot of our work is also very, very inspired by many of the writings of Korea. And I remember Korea once saying that if you practice in a country like India, you have to have housing in your portfolio. And of course, he practiced in a completely different context, maybe from how we are practicing today, where housing has become extremely challenging as a typology because it is completely driven by impatient money. There are many stakeholders, there are many forces that acts upon the program and the typology. And so negotiations are so much more difficult. And so when we started working on housing project, it was very clear for us that it only becomes meaningful if we start to kind of look at housing to kind of create spaces for congregation, spaces that inculcate values, spaces for celebration, a sense of belonging, vibrant spaces, etc. Housing is the precondition both for work and for leisure. More than any other item of consumption, housing structures the way that individuals interact with others, with communities, and with wider collectives. No other modern commodity is as important for organizing citizenship, work, identity, solidarities, and politics. Housing at many levels is under attack today. It is caught within a number of simultaneous social conflicts. There's a conflict between housing as lived social space and housing as an instrument for profit making. Conflict between housing as a home and as a real estate. So there are three types of housing crisis I often talk about. One is the sort of the real housing crisis, which means that about 330 million odd households looking for housing across the world. And that's a real crisis. And there is a second kind of crisis, which is a manufactured crisis, which is what happened in 2008, which is mainly to do with lack of access to cash, capital, etc., which is not really about the real housing crisis, because that it was still about investors investing in housing, etc. And there is a third housing crisis, which I feel is still within our limits as architects to kind of control and negotiate, and which is the crisis of citizenship and kind of sense of identity and the sense of places within the buildings that we do. How do we kind of create spaces that allows people to come together? How do you continue to create memories within the housing projects that we do? And all of these we feel are within our control. We started analyzing and if you look at, this is again from Korea, one of Korea's lectures, he says that one needs about 22 square meters to live in a city, per person to live in a city. And out of which about 10 to 12 square meters you find in the larger context, which is in your schools, hospitals, etc. But you still need to have about 10 square meters per person as an accessible social space within your walking radius. And so when we started when we got the first housing project or the larger housing project, we started analyzing some of these existing housing projects to understand how much of these 10 square meters are there, because our building regulations are not written on density, it is written on land. So in other words, no matter what density you build, your open space regulation is tied to the sort of a percentage of your land. So in other words, in a land, if you build 2 FSI, or in the same land you build 1 FSI, your open space regulation is still the same, because it is determined by the amount of land and not to do with the density that it is occupied there. And so when we started to analyze, we realized most of these developments have about 2%, 3% about open space or social spaces within this. And then we started actually mapping some of the context of 10-minute walking radius of some of these buildings, and we realized none of our cities have these kind of open spaces in any case. So you will have to continue to kind of look to create this within the buildings that we do, at least attempt to do that. So this is a very high density project in many ways. It's in Kerala, it's in the heart of the city. It's a place called Vellayambalam Junction. We are already doing one more building here. That's the Vellayambalam Junction. This is a Raj Bhavan. This is within a neighborhood all around. It's a 1 acre plot. All around the site is all these 12-story, 13-story buildings. And we knew that if we start to kind of build, and Kerala has a very high FSI, and it has almost, when we doing this project, it had almost 4.5 FSI. And so how do you kind of allow this density to come into that site without kind of creating the kind of spaces that we need for one to live in a housing development? And so when we started looking at it, we realized that in this particular site we could go much taller than our neighbors, which are all 12-story, 13-story buildings. And we knew that if we build the traditional way from ground up, you end up with a complete concrete jungle, and there is no void within that site, because the site itself right now acts as a void for the neighboring building. So how do you kind of allow the kind of creation of the kind of spaces that we need to create? And so what we started is we started organizing density from the maximum height we could go. So we started organizing from the 22 stories, 21 stories, etc. And we realized that by the time we came to the third or the fourth floor, we could get all the density that is allowed to be built in that site. And the site was almost 10 meters below the road. So what we have done is we put in all the parking within that 10 meters, almost 3 levels of parking, and allowed a new ground to be created on the top of that parking and left that entire ground as a park. So what you see here is a section like this. So that's the street. The site is 10 meters below the street level. We put in all the parking there. And when you come into the building, into your building, what you see is this entire site as a park, and the unit starts only at the third and the fourth floor. And in this case, again, the figure is the ground is actually within the figure. You are trying to kind of create or imagine new relationship for that traditional figure ground, where you continue to kind of create those spaces that is so crucial for one to kind of live in a city. And of course, structurally it is extremely complex, because every unit we only had 4 columns coming down, and which allows us to free up the ground a lot more. And you got all the density that is allowed, but you also got this new 1-acre park for the entire community. And then of course, while I talked about the land being limited, we think that land is a legal term, ground is about relationships. So you can continue to multiply and create new grounds, even though you can't kind of create more land. And so every project we tend to kind of create more and more grounds, and in the process kind of create more community spaces. In this case, some of the programs are taken up. And each of these units are designed in a way that it floats almost independent. In other words, and they stop at different levels. So that these lower units now have a new context to look at. And it opens into that park, and the larger unit kind of opens out into the larger units opens out into the larger context. And it almost starts to create what we call as a reverse skyline. And what is fascinating is that when you go there during the rains, you can actually be in that. It's almost like a community veranda. You've taken, and verandas are such a crucial part of Kerala's living in an individual home, because that is where all the politics is discussed. And you kind of have this new community veranda created as part of these larger housing, almost kind of scaling up that same particular sort of program to create that space that comes across. And it is kind of protected by this new umbrella. So you can be in that space during rains and experience that rain. So these are some of the, I'll try and do it quickly. And that's the ground floor. Only the lobby and some of the amenity spaces, some active community spaces comes into it. The building is nearing completion now. This is the void. You can see what is also fascinating is that there are a lot of new spaces which we never imagined, which are coming into the play. When you walk on the third floor, it becomes like the corridor, it becomes like a bridge in the park, which we never, so new vistas kind of opened up, which we never imagined or designed. Just by creating that void. And that's the scale of that space. It completely opens up, it creates a new urban void. This is a project which we just completed in Bangalore. Again, a site, another negotiation. When you go into an urban site, the site has these large banyan trees and rain trees within the site. You almost start to imagine, building like this before you realize that you have, there is about 2.5 FSI to be accommodated in 12-story building. So what we did is we plotted all the trees, we mapped all the trees, and we start to then carve around these trees. We organize the density around these existing trees, and then allowed each of these units to kind of make a relationship to one of the tree clusters. In other words, there are 4 units in a floor. We convinced the client to build 2 cores so that we can avoid the corridors in the middle. And that allowed every unit to just completely cross-vent and makes its relationship to each of these tree clusters. So the units are just stacked up, completely cross-ventilated. So each core serves 2 buildings, 2 units, and the next core serves 2 units. And so it is not just about imagining a space, it's also about going down to that finer unit level and try and kind of look at each of those spaces in its relationship to that. And the ground floor again become a community space, reading spaces opening and experiencing that tree. So it was not just the idea of preserving the trees, it's about how do you make that tree part of your new way of living so that you completely connect with it and that tree start to create new memories for you and a sense of identity for you. And that's kind of how we imagine that building, carving around those trees, extremely challenging project because of the way the structure, the cantilevers, etc., to allow keep the trees. You will see that some of the trees which started 8 meters away from the building suddenly coming into your balcony at the 8th floor. Quite interesting. Again, many things that you never imagined or designed. And it makes a new relationship to the city. It starts to connect, and your relationship from your unit to the city becomes completely different. You choose to kind of engage with it, you can close it, you start to kind of create a sort of a skin which allows you to kind of make the choices on how you want to kind of connect with the city. We no longer live in a world of unlimited land resources. Buildings without a relationship to the land cannot continue to be the norm. Cities are increasingly becoming a collection of objects with little concern for their relationship to each other or for the larger idea of the city. We believe that contemporary practices should actively seek to shape the social values of our urban environment. We need to be concerned with the collective production of urban reality, with the rhythms of work, home, life, and leisure activities of people, and the spatiality that facilitates it. A fragmented approach to architecture and the private realm is incompatible with the wholeness of the city. So every project that we do is embedded in the larger context of our work in a very specific way. I'll end with this last project. I hope I have another 5 minutes. If I need to stop, please let me know. This is the competition which we recently won for the Council of Architecture in Bangalore, within the Bangalore University. We called it a place in between. And so the project gave us an opportunity to spatially explore our positions and our understanding of the larger purpose of architecture and the role of the profession in shaping societies. The physical manifestation of the empty space has influenced us in almost all our projects and continues to drive many of our design thinking. We believe the purpose of architecture is much beyond the world of design. As Bruce Smau said in his book, Massive Change is not about the world of design. It is about the design of the world. We envision a place that's inclusive, porous, open, and democratic, facilitated and modulated by the built mass. So it became these wonderful opportunities beyond its brief to kind of really use this as a way to kind of start to communicate to the larger world. What is the role of architects? What is the role of architecture in shaping societies? And what kind of message this building should send out? Of course, it had a typical program that came with the project. Some of it we kind of altered to kind of create new programs, but we had administrative office. It is called the Center of Excellence. So it has 5 big laboratories looking at robotics, climatology, GIS, etc., etc. It has a large convention center looking at a 500-seater auditorium, seminar halls, conference centers, a library, canteen, 30-odd rooms, for people, teachers who come there to get trained, to kind of stay there and kind of work. So when and a lot of the ideas kind of generated intuitively through the experience of the site when we went to the site. Walking through the meandering parts of the site at the Bangalore University campus etches strong images in the mind. Wide canopies of the trees, patches of the sunlight and shadow on the ground, bright hues of the soil and the rustling of the leaves under the gentle sway of the breeze. The place evokes a sense of being in the wilderness, transcending the time and the place of the outside. When considering the Architecture Center for Excellence that is being built here, we were inspired to embrace these qualities and imbue them with further meaning. We inquired how this building, beyond its spatial form, could become a place for architects and creative minds to come together, a place to inspire, and more importantly, a place that holds memories. Taking cues from the site, we found that the answer lies in a building that functions as a spatial framework that gives meaning to the ground. shaping possibilities for diverse experiences. Beyond satisfying the stipulated requirements, the building becomes a threshold in its larger context. By blurring the boundaries and mediating with the surroundings, institutions, and access road, it allows for an organic flow of people through the place, shaping it into a thoroughfare and in between a destination and a chance discovery all at once. The intention is to enable a diverse public realm, be it a larger congregation spaces to debate in, active streets to engage with, or intimate spaces under the shade of the tree to sit and quietly contemplate. Secondly, we envision a building that would endure, not just time and the changes that come with it, but the quick transformations required of a space that brings people together to create change, generate dialogue and ideas. Therefore, the socio-spatial relationship of the built to the ground becomes the structuring framework of the design as opposed to its built mass. This allows the building to adapt and change as required, while the core experience of the place always remains focused on people and creating a place for them. The transformative nature of the spaces allows for multiplicity of use. Multiplicity in use, therefore, becomes the key. In totality, we envisioned a place that utilizes the transcendent quality of the natural context and through the built form shapes the larger public realm and imbues it with social meaning. The built mass, a facilitator of these social processes, reflects in its materiality as well, allowing the building to merge with its surroundings and gently age with the site. So you can see the site here. I mean, what is fascinating is the fact that there is a certain kind of wilderness when the first stage of the competition happened, and when the second stage came, the site has completely transformed into the landscape has completely transformed. It has this seasonal character to the vegetation, etc. So all of them kind of became part of that crucial thinking that kind of drove the design thinking. It is not just about the trees that existed within the site or the people. It was also home to a wide variety of species of birds. And so we started mapping how one kind of engages with that existing landscape. This is the Department of Architecture. That's our site. This is the Department of Architecture. This is the Department of Civil Engineering. When you start to kind of meander through this landscape and how one start to observe how they engage with this landscape, you'll see multiple spaces being created within that landscape. Very small pauses within that landscape where different activities happen in a very informal way. And so that then became the organizing factor for us. That's the site. This is the School of Architecture. That's the School of Engineering. There is a topography to the site. It goes up almost 3 meters to kind of connect with to the space at the beginning. While a lot of ideas came intuitively, it also had to be, the program had to be placed very strategically because the site had a lot of trees and we had a 500-seater auditorium, which was a large program. And so we had to identify a site largely where there are no trees to kind of plug in that auditorium. And when you look at that happens to be in the middle of the site, and we knew that if you put that larger program in the middle of the site, it start to kind of take the density or display the density and start to kind of make the building read much lighter and start to intervene in the way that landscape behaved. So we slightly sunk into the landscape, the auditorium that allowed us to kind of almost carve out that space, put the auditorium and put the relationship back. So it continues to then create that same relationship while the program is tucked into the ground, and then created more of these smaller pauses within the ground floor. There are canteen spaces, there are pre-function areas, and we kind of organize the ground in a very loose way to kind of create these workshop spaces, etc. It's almost like you're trying to create a pause within that landscape because the landscape is continuing very beautifully. And we almost just want to kind of create a pause in that landscape. And then how do you transform that pause into a place, and that's kind of what we were trying to explore with. So you're carefully kind of negotiating that relationship, allowing the building to be open, make the building flexible enough that these programs can be used for different functions. On top of the auditorium becomes an open amphitheater, so then it becomes then the kind of the void that holds the entire programs together. And then create multiple spaces. And then organize the larger programs on top of it, almost like framing that sort of that ground floor to allow that landscape to kind of meander through this building, and in a very subtle way kind of frame that to kind of create that little pause in that landscape. And the materiality kind of followed the similar notions. There is a there's a porous brick box kind of sits on the top so that programs can then engage with the larger context. The ground becomes largely about stone. And the structure was also designed in a way that it is tied to the kind of the upper floor so that the ground is freed up to kind of do its own things and makes its relationship. That's a section. I'm going to go very quick. I think I've taken too much time. And this is how it kind of imagined. These are one of the kind of the thresholds through which you imagine that space. The building becomes very porous. These are the laboratories and other programs which then overlooks, almost becomes like a gallery into that performance space outside. And then that loosely organized programs then kind of becomes like a street within which there are these other programs organized. Laboratories, rooms at the northern side, auditorium tucked inside, and that's some of the sections through the building. These are some of the renderings of what that space could become. This is the pre-function area into the auditorium. The auditorium roof itself becomes a precast sort of seating. Looked at sustainability from different angles, not just from environmental standpoint, but also from social and economic standpoint. And so while we were doing this building, although we called it a place in between, we knew that we are actually creating a place in the shade. The more and more we looked at it, we wanted to make that building less and less relevant in the sense that we wanted to kind of make that building as porous and kind of really stress on that empty space. And kind of really what we were trying to do is to create that place in the shade. Can buildings transcend the physicality or the architecture of the eye as termed by Palasma and contribute to something larger? Buildings are more than just their functionality. They must also be a deliberate expression of the aspirations and experiences of the designer and user and their relationship to the world and around them. For us, the act of building becomes an inquiry into creating places for people, a spatial manifestation of movement, memories, and life patterns. It's a social act that must hold some meaning. We look at the buildings as an opportunity to transform and mediate the context of a place, creating a framework for new places to organically evolve, intrinsically shaped, and with the notions of inclusivity, porosity, openness, and democracy. I'll just end with this wonderful quote from Korea's lecture in London. He says that we are only as big as the questions we address. And this, to my mind, is a central riveting fact of life for architects in the third world. Not the size or the value of the projects that we are working on, but the nature of the questions they raise, which we must confront, a chance to grow the abiding virtue of a place in the sun. Thank you. Sorry it got a little long.
Hello. Yes. Introducing our second guest for the day, architect Bijoy Ramchandran. Hundred Hats is an internationally recognized design studio based in Bangalore. Over the course of the last 15 years, they have developed a reputation for carefully considered work which is sensitive to context and celebrates craft. They have been involved in master planning, architectural design, and interior design. Their work has been published extensively and the practice has received numerous awards. Founded in November 2003, they currently have an enthusiastic team of architects and are working on a mix of urban design, architectural, and interior design projects. The studio's approach is grounded in the search of contextually appropriate solutions. The work seeks to identify appropriate metaphors for the particular exigencies of a project and our larger identity as people, a search for the beautiful idea. The studio's two partners, Sunita Kondor and Bijoy Ramchandran, have bachelor's degrees from Bangalore University and master's degrees from the MIT, and have a wide-ranging experience in the design and management of large housing, commercial, and institutional projects, both in the United States and as well as in India. Sunita is a past recipient of Aga Khan Research Traveling Scholarship and the MIT Council for the Arts grant. Bijoy is on the board for studies for 3 regional colleges and has presented the studio's work at numerous national and international forums. We'll just begin the presentation in a moment.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the team of architects who've invited us, all of us, to Kolhapur. Sorry for all the tech glitches. It is indeed an honor to be called, particularly in the memory of Dhruv. I mean, it's amazing to see the camaraderie amongst all of you. Reminds me of, you know, the way we were in college, and so many of us in Bangalore now have that kind of connection. It's something not to let go of. It's fantastic. So thanks for having me here. And also, as Biju said, I respect Biju's work a lot. So many compelling ideas, and of course, Mohe sir has been a mentor and a guide for years, right from when I was a student. So it is both wonderfully flattering to be considered in the same company, but also a rare privilege to listen to them and to learn again from, you know, their vast portfolios of work. So thank you again. So today's presentation, I've kind of taken a bit of a, I have, you know, when Girish Doshi had invited me to speak online, what was it, 2 years ago or something? And I was putting this presentation together, I realized I don't have anything new to show. So Girish, you can nod off. It's the same presentation again. Not much, I mean, architecture takes time. It's a slow, and it's the game for a patient person. So, but what I've done is I've put a little bit of background to, you know, where I come from, and the histories and the people and the ideas that have been important for me as a practicing architect today. So I've titled it Origins, but it's from Kovalam to Kolhapur. Because my earliest memory of architecture with a capital A, of course we are surrounded by temples. Today's morning was just an incredible rush because, you know, suddenly it brings you back to all of those memories when, as a child, reluctantly you'll be drawn to temples and you'll be cursing because you'd be much better off playing on the street. But then these experiences stay with you sort of in your blood. But this one experience, you know, when I used to go to boarding school in the hills, in the Chevroi Hills in Tamil Nadu, every summer I would go to Trivandrum to visit my granddad. I would spend my summer with him, my granddad and my grandmother, and my parents would come from the Middle East and we would congregate there with cousins and, you know, the whole family. But the very special part of that trip to Kovalam would be a visit to the great hotel that Charles Courier built in Kovalam, the Ashoka Hotel. And it was a rare treat because in those days, if you paid a little bit of money, and my grandfather had a friend in the reception, they would allow us to use the pool. We would have fried fish. And for a moment, you would experience that amazing building. And I still remember it. I had a video here, but unfortunately that's not playing. So I'm going to skip it. So there we are, my brother and I, and my mum in that amazing pool in the corner. But what an amazing building. I mean, I still remember it. This is, I'm probably 10 years old in that photograph. You come into that building, and that gray color is very deep shadow. It's deep, dark shadow. You come in sort of into the hill. And then when you walk out, as you come into the arrow shows you where you enter, you take a left, and then you come through the shadow into this place where the pool is. And from the edge of the pool, you see out onto the horizon. And for a minute, you feel like the king of the world, you know. And of course, for those few hours that we would be in Kovalam, it would be the most blissful, most amazing. And for me, I think, you know, in recapitulating my own sort of childhood, I think these moments in that building had sort of incredible formative, impressions, made incredible formative impressions on me, on my brother Premjit, who's the little one on the right, and that's my mum on the side. And then so I was in this boarding school, and Biju was in boarding school too, so he knows that when someone tells you, one of your teachers tells you what to do, you do it. So there in the middle is George Kalangod. You can see him sitting there with the ears like an elephant. That's him. He was an incredible teacher of mine. And in boarding school, of course, you spend a lot of time intimately with, you're 24/7 with your teachers. The warden, my dormitory warden, George was my dormitory warden. He knew the students like he was your dad, you know. He would know everything about you. He would pick you up even before you did any mischief. He would know that you were onto something. So George used to do this, brother George used to do this orientation thing at the end, like towards the board, when the board exams were closed. And George wouldn't, it wasn't a conversation, it's like the old days, you know, so he just sat you down and he said, you should do architecture. And then that was it, you know, that was the conversation. So I didn't know anything about architecture, I didn't have any architects in my family. And because brother George said that I was to do architecture, I did architecture. Like an obedient, yes, Montfort boy. George is very proud of me now. Brother George is still around. He is now a provincial. He's a very senior brother. He calls me once in a while for projects, but I kindly refuse because I don't want to sully that relationship. It's very important. It's tough, you know, if you have to do a project for your dad and all that, it's like really difficult to do anything. So I've been kind of shying away. But yeah, he's a really big influence, and it's because of him that I'm in this profession. And so listen to your teachers. They know better than you most of the time. What you're supposed to be doing to your elders. And so, yeah, so that's George, and Rex de Cruz is my English teacher on the left. I'm sitting on the extreme right, office bearer with a lapel and all that, very, very good boy in school. And then I went to architecture school, and again, I mean, I don't have to tell you guys this because in Kolhapur I have seen this thing called seniors, that the great work of architecture does not come from the solitary mind of the genius. It doesn't come from me, it doesn't come from Frank Gehry, it doesn't come from Louis Kahn. It comes from a collection of many people working together. Architecture is one of the few things in the world today as a creative endeavor that fundamentally requires the engagement of many people together, fruitfully, productively, creatively. And we learned that the tough way because we didn't have too many teachers in BMS. It was, you know, free for all. We had two really good teachers, Mr. Dinesh Verma and Anil Dubey, who really influenced us. But other than that, we didn't attend any classes. We were mostly in the canteen. And in the canteen, we would hatch the plot of where to go next. So we visited all of Karnataka, all of Tamil Nadu. We never came to Maharashtra, unfortunately. But we would just get on the bikes and head out. And that was our real education. This travel with friends. And then in the evenings over beer or snacks or Coke, that we would then discuss what we saw during the day, what was going on in these places. And so that's the seniors, the BMS seniors. And you can see actually there are lots of famous architects in that photograph, of course famous for us in Bangalore. There's, I think that's, is that the point? Yeah, that's the pointer. But sitting is Shyam, standing is Vimal Jain, who is part of Architecture Paradigm. Next to him is Nagaraj Vastari, a very famous architect in Bangalore and also a poet. Next to him is Sandeep Jay, who is also part of Paradigm. That's me with a slight beard. Guru, one of our friends, and Manoj, again Paradigm. So three Paradigm partners and me and Nagaraj in that photo. This is working on NASA late at night in the studio. But we really learned the benefit of having peers that you respected, that you engaged with, and that you not only spoke about architecture, but about all of things that make, you know, our lives and make our lives richer. And this is NASA, 19, it's before any of you were born, so this is a very old NASA project. But the other thing I want to tell you is that one is, of course, you do all of this because you want to improve yourself architecturally, but there are many other benefits from doing architecture work together because that's my wife standing in front of me. So Pankaj is clapping the hardest for some reason. So Sunita and I now run 100 Hands together. We met in architecture college. We worked our asses off. I mean, we won the national, you know, award for NASA that year for GSEN for the urban design project. We did DY Patil together 2 years before that and won the award then as well. And so, of course, it was creatively very, very fruitful, but also, you know, personally, you know, we hooked up and then, you know, we've been together now for 23 years. So. Plus all of the time we were not married. Yeah, so anyway, that's all of us. The last on the extreme left is Harish, and I'll tell you about him later. So Harish Asnani is also an architect, and then a bunch of our friends. And this is our DY Patil project in Udupi. Now Vimal Jain, who's on the extreme left, is in the photo here. He was the glue of our BMS group, and just like Dhruv, we lost him on a site. You know, he was at a site and fell down and sort of died on the spot. And Vimal, I mean, it was the most earth-shattering sort of loss for us in Bangalore because Vimal was the guy who would call and make plans with everybody. He'd he would call me Master Bijoy. What are you doing? Because I did the master class. He would say, Master Bijoy, what are you doing this evening? And I'd say nothing. And then suddenly there would be this plan, and we would have tea near the office or go out for dinner. Or he would have some plan to do, some project or scheme together. So Vimal was an amazing sort of force, an amazing source of energy. He also had an amazing idea once. He told me after we visited Alibag, he said, you and I should start a practice together, because then you can call it Bijoy Jain, Bijoy Ramchandran and Vimal Jain. And that would be fantastic, So Vimal was full of life. Unfortunately in 2013 he passed away. And since then, as a tribute, just like you guys here, we've been doing a series of things in his memory. We founded a foundation called the Vimal Jain Foundation, with Sandy and Manoj, his partners, and with Chirag, his cousin, his nephew. And so the first event we had, we really went big with the first one, because he was a huge fan of Mr. Korea and Mr. Doshi, that he was really he fashioned himself like Doshi, He thought of himself as that kind of an architect, someone who's willing to negotiate, who's willing to get into the negotiation with a client, to really make something with people who may not have that kind of ambition. A really street smart operator. So for the first event, we had Jyotindra Jain and Charles Korea give a presentation. It was his last event outside of Goa. The year after that, I think he passed away after that amazing event in Goa. But it was, amazing. And that picture on the right, Bangalore traffic, of course, all of you have heard about Bangalore traffic. But this was the one time that I was so happy that it took us 5 hours to do 5 kilometers, because we would be in the car with Korea, and Korea never, he's just curious about everything. So he would ask us all kinds of things about the city, and then it forced us to recalibrate how we are sort of operating, exactly like Biju was saying, that he says these things that are so provocative. They're almost asking you to get up and do something, So an incredibly inspiring time with Mr. Korea in Bangalore. For 5 days he was with us. He stayed at the club. I would meet him for breakfast, and then the whole day the office was completely shut. It was amazing. And so we did a workshop as part of this as well, and everybody thought that Charles Korea was going to do the workshop, and so our tutors, but he wasn't. And so our tutor showed up with with Charles Korea masks. That was Soumitra Ghosh's idea. He made the mask and everything, and so we had Vijay Narnapati, Soumitra Ghosh, Nagaraj Vastari and Prashant Pol who did the workshop. It was on one of Korea's buildings, the LIC building, sort of reimagining the public space in between. It was a fantastic 1 day or 2 day intense workshop, and then we presented these schemes to Korea, and then he selected one which was given a prize. So we did it you can see all the tutors, Vijay and Manoj and Prashant, Soumitra there. And that's Chirag in the front there, who's Vimal's nephew. Wonderful powerhouse of a guy. And then the year after that, we did, in fact, 2 times. I know Santosh has done the master class, but we bought the master class tutors, 2 of them, Peter Stachbury and Richard Laplastrier, to Bangalore, if only for me to be able to spend more time with Richard and Peter. Just that excuse. We raised some money. We got these 2 to come, and we spent 1 week with them with 32 architects and students in IIM, staying in that masterwork, Doshi's amazing building. And it's the best thing we've done, in a way, So we did it twice. The first time with Doshi himself, he participated, he sort of conducted it with them. And there's an amazing recording which I'll send to Pankaj with Peter Stachbury as the moderator, Richard and Doshi talking about their mentors, about life. It's the most scintillating conversation. And then as tradition, we had an Australia versus the rest of the world football match at IIM, which of course Australia got thrashed. But yeah, you can see Richard removed his shirt and all that, and he was ready for the match, Amazing. So, yeah, just amazing people. Mr. Mohe has met him, just a few minutes with him, and that, he's just radiating this kind of incredible light. And then, of course, in 2019, though, she visited Bangalore, and at BIC, which was I was completely scared that, to get Doshi to come to BIC. And then we had this amazing evening with Doshi on Diwali day with Mohe sir, Navnath Kanade sir, Shomithro and Champaka. I mean, this is also recorded, this is also online. Again, I'll send it to you. It's the most amazing tribute. Though she speaks at the end, he takes questions. It was a fantastic evening. I mean, so we're happy with these events because Vimal would have enjoyed them. It would have been really something that he would have really been interested to be part of. It was really the kind of thing he was. And it inspires a lot of students. It has this large resonance after because of all of the wonderful things that people contribute in events like this. So going back to the past, I'm still at BMS. I'm still with the BMS seniors, with all of those, and with my prospective wife. And then we run into this bunch of guys. So this is the BASE group in Bangalore. BASE stands for Beer and Slide Evenings. So this was started, Mohe sir can give us a little bit of background maybe later, but this is, Nikhil Arni and the Kanade brothers. So in the middle picture on the top there is Claire Arni, Nikhil Arni and the Kanade brothers, Navnath and Shankar. In the first image are Nikhil and Edgar. So Edgar, Nikhil, the Kanade brothers, and then there's Padalkar on the right hand side in this image. And there's a young Mohe sir there, looking very dapper in the corner there, on a trip somewhere. But this is, the reason why we would make all of these schemes in SLV to get on a bike and just ride out was because we saw them do it. That in traveling, in seeing places, and in discussing this with your friends, that you would suddenly sort of be alive to things that otherwise you wouldn't notice. And travel was the key for our education, both because of their, example, but also because we didn't have really any attendance or any requirements at college, and so we could just head out and see so much of the country like that. So the BASE group has a huge role to play, not only in my trajectory as an architect, but for the trajectory of a whole bunch of people who are roughly my age, 45 to 55, that they've all passed through this time when they did these two amazing workshops. They had all of these lectures at Nikhil's place, or it would be at Edgar's gallery, and then Edgar started a gallery, a book. That this was the point of confluence for what the conversation about architecture in the city. And when there is no school and there isn't really that infrastructure, we depended on them to sort of tell us about what was of value through their conversations and through their slides and things like that. So the BASE group is really important for us. And then two sort of surreptitious chance encounters, if you will. When I was in third year, my teacher, Mamta ma'am, who's now the head of department at my alma mater in BMS, she gave 5 of us a project. She told me, and again, there was no choice in those days. The teachers just told you what to do. And she gave a friend of mine, Gropius, she gave another friend, Mies, and she called me and said, you do Kahn. And I've never heard of Louis Kahn before. And just after that, a week after that, I'm walking down MG Road, and there on the pavement is that book, a tattered copy of that book, which is cyclost, I think, xeroxed from the original. And I pick up that book, and this is, 1993 or something like that, 1992. And I'm going through this book, and I'm not understanding anything that he's writing, right, because it's all philosophical. But it is my first introduction to Kahn, a completely serendipitous encounter with the great master, which to this day I continue to mine for the lessons for our practice. That one instruction from Mamta ma'am and that one accidental encounter with Kahn on the sidewalks on MG Road has kept me afloat for 30 years of practice. So be careful, because sometimes something will come your way that then can last you a lifetime of sort of thinking and refreshment. And the next encounter was as part of one of our NASA, D.Y. Patil studies. We were told that there is this amazing building, again thanks to the BASE group, that you have to go and see IIM. And so in those days you could just ride out to IIM. And then at IIM, when I went there, I met Pavitra, who was the site architect. And I used to go there so often that finally she gave in. And while I was a student, she gave me a small project to do some drawings for a staircase. And this is 1994, and in 1994, just by chance, Doshi visited once, and that was my first chance to meet Doshi. So in college, just at the fag end of my college, I get these two great masters as my personal mentors, and again, just completely by accident, that they appear at the time when you're ready. When does the Guru appear? The Guru appears when you're ready. And so that the stars aligned, and Doshi came, and from that day on, I've been sort of just, trying to get time with Doshi. So he wrote me this piece talking about the flow of things, to be in the zone, when you're designing, that somehow you will know, that your hand will know, that you will be in this kind of trance, as he says in that section on Gufa. I'm still searching for that moment when I feel that I've sort of levitated above the ground. It hasn't happened yet. Someday, maybe that will happen. I also chanced upon a great teacher at SEPT. So one of the things that we would do from BMS was to go to Ahmedabad every year to raid the library. Just outside the SEPT campus was a guy who would Xerox the books in an hour. So we would get the books out through friends, Xerox the books outside, bring the books back, and then bind. He would do everything, bind it and everything, and we would come back to Bangalore with all these bound copies of all the great works that the students were talking about. And I then took the great courage to go and meet Varki, who was a great teacher and a great mentor to a lot of students at SEPT. He was on the jury for the D.Y. Patil trophy, and so he kind of knew me when we won the trophy, and so I went. And just before my thesis, I spent an hour with him, and I have a book full of his drawings of how to analyze before you design, to observe before you speculate. And he's talking about the ground, he's talking about the scale, he's talking about land use, he's talking about density. I mean, all of these things that have kept me afloat for so many years. 1 hour with the great man. So Varki was, of course, lost too early. But even after that, again, like this one chance encounter, now you have the in, you've got your foot in the door. So I would write to him, I would send him letters, I would send him the stuff that I was doing, and he would write back, feedback to me about this work. And so this was my thesis, undergraduate thesis, after Rahul Mehrotra was my guide on this thesis with Harshad Bhatia in Bombay. This is in Bombay, this is Valkeshwar, this is Banganga. And we did had the help of a friend of mine called Ranjit Naik, and the two of us spent a whole bunch of time here, commuting from Bandra, spending time in Banganga, and in those days it was completely free of any cars, etc. So we measured, drew a whole bunch of buildings. We marked in those days. You didn't get Google Maps, etc. So we actually made this map from our study on site. We analyzed a few buildings, and then that site in between these buildings was my thesis site. So very narrow, linear site, which then overlooked, the Banganga tank. And then I did nothing much to talk about it. It connected so one of the things that we noticed in all of these buildings is that they were centrally aligned, central axis that then connected the tank to the sea. The ocean is right on the left there. And so all of these buildings, as you walk past them, you would get a straight shot out into the sea. And we thought that was an important organizing principle for the building, that it had this way to connect out beyond the buildings on the top, out to the sea. And that then was the guiding sort of party for the plan. And that central spine became active in terms of scale and volume and thickness, that really the program was in spite of all of these variations that were in that central spine. I've been playing this game for the past 30 years. I'm still doing buildings that are predicated on this notion of participatory space. So these are some drawings. All before CAD, this is all handmade. We have them in the office, and everybody's like touching them, and yeah, they weren't that great, but everybody's just amazed that people drew by hand. And this, like the BMS Seniors, is the MIT Seniors, and MIT, of course, was a huge sort of rush for me, because it was 2 years and I just didn't catch a breath. You were pummeled with work, with readings. Of course, now over the past 20 years after having graduated, or 25 years after having graduated, I'm slowly realizing some of the lessons that I had either read or encountered when I was there. But what's amazing is that all of us in this picture are still in touch with each other. There's Kevin Fellingham in South Africa, Maria, Chingy, Yonja, Frank, and then Suni and me. Suni came, I got married in summer between my first and second year, and then Suni got into MIT after I graduated. And so we lived in this is 10485, one of the studios at MIT, and we just used to live here in this thing. I think that's KFC on the table. Chingy used to bring KFC, and I remember eating KFC for the first time and thinking, I could eat this all my life. But of course you can't. And then after graduating, I worked with Fred Cotter and Susie Kim. Fred Cotter is an amazing urbanist. He wrote that seminal book with Colin Rowe called Collage City. You guys should seek it out. It's got one of the best chapters in any book, The Predicament of Object, exactly what Biju talked about today. And it is a resistance to the idea of architecture as object, as the idea of architecture as fabric, as part of fabric. Of course, they went the new urbanist route where the buildings became inconsequential to the urban move. And I appreciate Biju's comment about that. Susie Kim, it's working, but yeah, and Susie Kim. And then I also worked with Jack Robertson and Alex Cooper in the US. They're both urban designers. Jack Robertson used to have a practice with Peter Eisenman, so they're all like New York blue blood. Again, new urbanists at heart, and so I did a lot of new urbanist kind of master planning in the US with these practices. Very, very sort of, a clean, precise architectural and urban design kind of work. And my wife, Sunitha, who's my partner, worked in this company in New York with a person called Harry Brown, who with Richard Meyer was developing a large project in the Hamptons. And they had 32 incredible architects, Philip Johnson, Zaha Hadid, Hariri and Hariri, Richard Meyer, of course, Stephen Hall. Everybody was doing one house each in this development. And so Suni would be in these meetings with Philip Johnson, telling him that his kitchen doesn't work, or the toilets are crappy, or there's no light in the room. I mean, it was an amazing experience to be in the room with an architect, going through the process that all of us go through in practice. That none of these masters are actually producing these things out of a hat, that it is this constant negotiation and refinement that then makes the master work. And then we came to India and we realized that India is not the US, and that this amazing idea of the tabula rasa doesn't exist, that you have to really get into the pit, you have to fight with the alligators, to come out alive. It was a humbling time, the first few years of practice. I mean, this is an amazing photograph from this Vilasini, Vivek Vilasini. It's houses in Kerala, built where nobody lives. They're basically made money in Dubai or wherever. And then they want to make a statement in Kerala because they've gone like with nothing. And then I want blue or I want pink because I need to be seen from the moon. So this is, so in India, the idea of what is precious, what is the right way, what is beautiful, these are not, when you get a client, you're negotiating at a very, very basic level about things. You're starting from zero, especially houses. You really have to know, and that's why Vimal and of course Doshi sir are not to compare, but the idea that you'd be able to maneuver and negotiate and really bring up, but also to understand your own sensibilities in the context of what the client's asking for. That was a huge learning for us, that it is a constant negotiation and it isn't the work of genius, And so we set up 100 Hands. So 100 Hands is a very simple name. It basically stands for this idea of negotiated creative endeavor, that everybody together, working together to make something of meaning. So not only our staff, this is a photo we took the day before I left from Bangalore. So this is very recent. This is our gang in the office from all over India. We've had students from here as well, not from Kolhapur, but from Maharashtra. So yeah, that's our gang. And then 100 Hands, this is all of my favorite artists and the way they draw hands, including Homer Simpson's hand. You can see Homer Simpson's hand. No. Tintin's hand. Can you see Tintin's hand? That's third, fourth row. Anyway, so that's asterisk or obelix, I think is on the top there. So this is my first project. So that Harish, I remember, I don't know if you remember, I told you about Harish. We came back to India, set up the office. This is our first project. I got the grand total of 1 lakh for this project. It was a set of 3 walls in an IT building in Bangalore. We put our heart and soul into this for lighting, materials, all of it. We designed all of the graphics as well. My brother and I, we worked on this. But it's the way you start. You start with small steps. You figure out, how you maneuver, and none of us have, really any backing or any patrons. You sort of find a way to operate. We did have one really wonderful breakthrough though. When I was in the US, we worked with this organization called Hope Foundation on a very large orphanage in Trichy. It was a 500-acre site, and there was a local family in Trichy who was going to give this land to the Hope Foundation. The project didn't come through. I worked on it in the office because I was the Indian guy, so I knew about India. But then when I came back to India, Mark Templer, the guy who ran Hope Foundation, called me and said, "We've revived this project, but now it's only an acre. Are you still interested in doing it?" And I couldn't believe what he was saying, because we had nothing. We had done that wall. And to be invited to do a campus, I mean, 1 acre is like a huge project for a. So I told Mark, we've never done any construction documents. Maybe we'll get a local architect. I can give you some drawings, but I mean, we are not competent enough. We've got no experience. And Mark just took a chance with us. I mean, but the funny thing, of course, is that maybe he took a chance with us because he paid us 1 lakh for this building as well. So what I made on the wall, this was the same kind of very low budget project, but it was a great start for a small practice. Because with this, not only are you now gearing up to do working drawings, to figure out all of the details, etc., but it also, I think, put into our blood this idea of being really frugal with resources, that this building was built for 500 rupees a square foot. So we really had to be inventive. So the use of the Volt, bricks, steel, etc., helped us in reducing the cost, but then it sort of got into our blood that, how do we optimize the use of materials in whatever project, even if it's a hotel or whatever. So this, I think, was a good start in that regard. So these are some pictures of the Hope orphanage that we did in Trichy, our first architectural project. And then we went on to do 7 buildings with Mark and his team. The tsunami hit in 2005. We started our practice. This building was done in 2004, and then we got a series of buildings in these tsunami areas, schools, vocational training centers, stuff like that, all built with almost no money and with local contractors who taught us everything, in fact. So these are some of those buildings: Tarangambadi, Chinnakudi, Pudupatnam, these places that were all ravaged by the tsunami. And I'd just like to point out that these are the people who formed us as architects. There's Samur and his wife. The night after that tsunami hit, he moved to Chinnakudi with his 2 young children from Trichy, from the comfort of Trichy. He works for the church with Hope Foundation. He still lives in Chinnakudi. He has been there for whatever, 25, 30 years, 25 years, 20 years. But to just up and leave, to say that this is what I do, this is my service, this is what my calling is, this is what I need to be, And that inspires you you don't need the money, right? You want to be with people who are like that, committed, completely embedded in their sense of service to community. And then we had a whole bunch, these are all local contractors, but particularly Manimaran, that amazing contractor in Trichy. He's no more, he passed away. But Manimaran brought us the idea of the Volt. He connected us to Rajendran, who's standing in the grey shirt, who I met last week. We're still working with Rajendran on a project, now again in Trichy after almost 20 years. And Rajendran is again at site like that on a ladder, making the jack arches for us. So these are connections, and so that's the other thing about architectural practice, that you make these links which then last you, hold you, and sort of keep you afloat for a very long time. So Manimaran's daughter trained with us. She's an architect now. She works in Trichy and teaches at KAIR. So, the cycle goes around, You sort of build this network of people and friends and ideas. So I have 4 themes. I'm going to be quick with this because now the fun stuff is over. This is stuff that Girish has seen very closely many times. So the first is place. Biju already talked about it. But I'd like to talk about place at a little bit more of a philosophical way. This is Heidegger. He's a great philosopher, a German philosopher, Martin Heidegger. So he writes about context, about place. And I'm going to read it and then I'll kind of explain it. Standing there, the building rests on the rocky ground. He's talking about the temple of Paestum. It's been there since 5th century before BC. So it's been there for ages. It stands there permanent without moving. It's seen everything, right? It's seen on the moon. It's seen Genghis Khan. It's seen, the coming of the Christ, everything. The building has been there. So the building rests on the rocky ground. The resting of the work draws up out of the rock the mystery of that rock's clumsy yet spontaneous support. Standing there, the building holds its ground against the storm raging above it. So it's static, and so in its stasis, it gives presence to the storm. And it makes the storm manifest, its violence manifest. The luster and gleam of stone, though itself apparently growing only because of the grace of the sun, yet first brings to light the light of the day. This is what Cobb said as well, right? That Khan said, that the building is giving the sun presence in its magnificent form, that as it reflects that light, it then makes you aware that there is a sun, and there is light, and there is shadow. The temple's firm towering makes visible the invisible space of air, steadfastness of the work contrasts surge of the surf, its own repose brings out the raging of the sea. The trees, the grass, the eagle, the bull, the snake first enter into their distinctive shapes and thus come to appear as what they are. So the building, our buildings, on the one hand, make manifest all of the things that are raging and changing and mutating around us. But like Biju said, I think the buildings also need to give presence to other latent conditions, like the inequities in our society, or the inability to sort of to cater to all of the people that are in our cities. How do buildings, and that's what really Korea is talking about all his life, how do you give people a decent and honest place to be, to own their piece of the sky, and in that give them a sense of ownership and citizenship in the world? So how does a building do that in its status, in its limited way? And place is also these two things. The first is, these are two paintings by Sudhir Patwardhan from Bombay. The first is the idea of context as a building that is completely embedded and enmeshed into the context. The Irani cafe owner has become marble. He is like the table, he is off the place. And that's a painting made just after the emergency, and so you can see he's wistfully looking out, waiting to become human again when the people return to the cafe, all reflected in the mirrors but empty in the actual image. It's the most beautiful thing, that embedded condition of context. This is a different notion of context, that the context is not just one reading of the marble table, that it is 5 readings. That the man in the bus, the guy in the white shirt, the man sipping the tea, the people on the mezzanine, they all see the city in their image. They think of the city in the way that they have brought their baggage to the table. And so, as we come to, and again what Biju said, that the work of an architect is the work of discovering one's own place in the world. How do you give presence to that? The great artists have reached that level, right? They come to a place where they become one with everything, like Doshi says in the film. So how do you discover that? How do you discover your voice? I don't know the answer to that. Picasso did it when he was 12. I think Matisse was 60 when he painted his first great, painting. So maybe we have to wait till we are 60 or 80 or 90, I don't know, that at some point suddenly you will know that you have given passage to something eternal. I wish. And so the idea of context, the church, today we were talking about it. Mohe sir was saying that in the temples you go and then there are all of these sculptures on the temple walls. There is mythology, there is symbolism. And if you were steeped in that, you understand the context of all of these pieces. The marriage of the deities, the people standing around, the energy that is then embedded in that imagery. So the church had its set of images as the station of the cross. So when Christ is committed by Pilate and he goes up onto the hill to get crucified, there are 14 places where things happen. People give him water, he falls down, he meets someone. So these paintings are usually in the Catholic Church. They're seen as reminders of what Christ has done for us, for human beings. And when the Medicis took that painting out of the church and put it in their homes, this is the fundamental fracture of our modern time. This break between meaning and technique. That now when you go to the Medicis, to the Uffizi Palace to see the art, you don't talk about the mythology or the meaning or the symbolism, or not really. You talk about how the brushwork is like this light, oh, look at the way the light has come, or look at the way, the darkness is conceived in this painting. But at the heart of the painting, the message of the painting is somehow lost. And this is true for architecture as well. Of course, that out of context condition is way past, Now, of course, art is everywhere with you. And so what does it mean to have reproductions of art and the real piece of art? There's a great piece by Walter Benjamin about this dislocation of the real piece of art because of this access, that we have to art in all its forms wherever we are. architecture too has completely been displaced, because on the one hand you have the 1930s, you have the setback regulations, you have a building that then is saying that the gas balloons will come, they will dock on the top, people will come out with their evening clothes and enjoy in the city. Of course, the first one crashed and they never did it again. But Vijay Mallya wants to also say that he is the emperor of Bangalore. So, I mean, we laugh at it, we snigger at it, but there is embedded in it this notion of what is the symbol for. What does it mean when Vijay Mallya makes a building like that in Bangalore? Of course, it's silly, it's out of proportion, it's crass, but he's making a statement about that link back to the past. So when I look at Khan's beautiful building in Fort Worth, that wonderful chapel for art, the Kimball Art Museum, I believe that this is Khan taking back from the Medicis what the Medicis stole from us. He's bringing art back into spiritual space. He talks about spiritual light, these two cantilevered concrete beams that never meet, bringing light, silvery light into this wonderful vaulted space. That for a minute you're in that room and you feel like you're in a chapel, that suddenly the art now has gravitas and you understand the light of God, you know. Context, this is another wonderful project. This is Caesar at the age of 30, I think 32, I don't know, maybe Saurabh knows. But this is a tea house. I think there was an older architect, I think Tavera, who was doing it, and then he gave Caesar the project. But it sits next to the white part. I've not shown you Caesar's building in this, but there's the chapel sitting next to it. The chapel doesn't face the money shot. It doesn't face the view. It's got no windows at all, in fact. You have to come into the chapel to then see the world for what it is, to partake of the liturgy, to partake of Jesus' message, and in some sense then understand your place in it. So that has its own conditions of making, its own nature, as Khan would call it, whereas Caesar's building, a secular building for the meeting of friends, does everything exactly opposite from the church. It doesn't flatten out the terrain. It creates a building that's embedded in the terrain. It looks out completely onto the view, negating the view onto this side. And it's a building of roofs rather than walls, looking out onto the ocean. So both are valid in their own way, because at the heart of it, they ask the question of what is this building? What is this building for? What is its nature? And so there is no one right way. One has to approach this in that kind of philosophical sense. This is a building that we've done in Hosur. It's an opportunity that we got there to, so they process stone in this building. And so the southern facade of this building, it's always awkward to look at our buildings after having looked at Caesar, so please, if you can forgive the unfortunate. But nonetheless, the opportunity here was that they fashioned these amazing slivers of granite. They're 12 mm at the end, 50 at the back, around 150 long. They're supported in there are three pieces of stone with metal, a metal frame at the back. And so it hovers around this building delicately as if made out of timber, but as you get closer, you realize it's stone hovering in front of this building. And they're like little shards that then protect the building from the southern face, from the southern light. So there it is, hanging very delicately, and in the evenings it sort of glows like a little lantern. And this is another building which is about its context. This is in Bangalore. This is Go Native. It's a retail building. It's on a site which is on a long lease. They've got a 20-year lease on this building, so it's a building that can be dismantled and taken away when they find another site. We had an amazing engineer who some of you know. B.L. Manjunath was the engineer on this project, and I'd like to say that in a way he is the co-author of this, because it is a dialogue between the heaviness and robustness of the architect, the person who's talking about gravity, and the child who wants to fly, Manjunath. There's almost no structure, it's just floating, and so this juxtaposition of heaviness, ponderous buildings, and very, very light structure is what this project really is about. But it also calls back its relationship to all of those factories that used to dot this part of the city. And so it's laid out as if it was an old manufacturing factory, and we kept some traces of the old factory so that it felt like you were going through this layer of the past to encounter this new building. So these are some sketches of that building. There's the plan of the building. So all of that light dotted stuff is all in metal. The pochade buildings are all in brick. And so you see this very light building, almost like a two-bay manufacturing shed that we've recreated with the old factory gable end wall on the street facade. So it's basically those two, the dialogue between those two things, the heavy, ponderous brick elements and the light metal, so between architect and structural engineer in a way. And 3 trees that then, this is Divyang Sharma's beautiful drawing, one of our colleagues. It tells you that it's really a place that then has all of these in-between places to occupy, places of there's no compound wall, so the building is right on the street. The old wall then sort of just breathes. These are some sketches of that facade. So there's the old gable end wall and the metal building at the back. So you walk through this. We kept the old gable wall and then sort of made the buildings at the back. And there's this wonderful dialogue between the new and the old that you cross over. And then some pictures. The interiors were not done by us. It's by another young architect, Tanushri from Bangalore, Vayam. But you can see, I mean, there's almost no columns there. There was some sagging and all that. And then Manju will say, yeah, I thought so. And then all of us are sweating, and then we have to put a little brace here or a brace there, and then it's all fixed. But it's beautiful in that it's almost not there, and you get this wonderful conversation between these two things. And that's the end of the building towards the secret garden at the back. The curve sort of terminates. I think it's and then a lighthouse of the stair tower of the utility building. The next one is meaning. I'm going to rush through. The meaning is what is meaning? Is the image right? Is the word pipe right? You need to have an embodied experience of things to understand what the real meaning of things is. Meaning is also about location, about where you put your building, how you do it, being really careful. This is the Lincoln Memorial, and you can see at the end of this law for the big plan for Washington, D.C., it sits right on the extreme left there, the building that was designed for Lincoln. It receives that large axis with this big water body, a really sort of important location. And across that axis is the Senate. And so these two buildings sort of anchoring the conscience of the country in a way, anchored on that axis. And then so the first one is about siting, about where you put your building. That's really important. And sometimes you want to sort of downplay, like in Biju's case in that central, the council building, that the auditorium is really embedded and almost not seen. Or sometimes you want to really express it. So the second one is denotation, and that's replete in a lot of our temples, where you write out the messages, you put in the sculpture, and then that gives you a sense of what the building is about. It gives you literal meaning. Metaphorical expression is something that we're really fond of what the building is meaning metaphorically. So why are these buildings built like that? In Greek traditional, this looks like the Parthenon. It's because they want to connect back to the birth of democracy. They want to give it that kind of legitimacy across time by making that building look a certain way. Of course, there are problems with that, but nonetheless, that's the metaphor. It looks like a temple for this deity, for Lincoln. And the last way that buildings mean are mediated references, that over time buildings come to mean certain things because of the way people use them. So this is the Million Man March that congregated at the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. It's become the ground for all of the civil rights action in America, that this is the place that people congregate. And so the building has become meaningful in that way over time. Meaning is also this wonderful drawing that Richard Leplastier made in his trip across India. This is in Ellora, and he rode his bike famously when he was in his 20s across from Bombay to Calcutta, and he stopped across the way, and he made this amazing drawing which he says revealed to him what the metaphor is, what this building means. So he says that when you come in as a young initiate, as a young monk, you come in at that lower level. The Buddha is set right at the back. There's almost no light. The gatehouse is there at the lower level. You can't look out. You have no perspective, and you can't see the Buddha. So you have no idea what's going on, right? You're just kind of learning your way. But as you grow senior in that hierarchy, you finally get up to the top. And at the top, now there's light on the Buddha, and you can look over the gate to the horizon. And so now you have found perspective, and you know where the truth lies. So it's a great metaphor in the section of the passage or the journey of the monk through that order in architecture. I mean, how do we ever talk like that about buildings anymore? I mean, when you go to Melkote, you don't need to know any of the myths. It moves you in ways that you can't explain. And it's not just Indians. We've taken foreigners there. We've taken, people from all over the world to places like that. And they connect with those places in some sort of unimaginable way. Whereas I can't imagine saying that about a building like the ITPL. It's LEED 5-star rated. It has 2 million square feet. It uses all kinds of technology to satisfy its needs, but it doesn't move you. It doesn't give you the sense that you have now come to a place of great sensation, that it is kind of dry and leaves you. And I think the reason for that is because we are only concerned with technique, and we are no longer talking about meaning, about what it means to be in a building of certain quality. How does it move you? How do you feel? We are only interested in what kind of structure did you use, what materials are these. Those questions die and you don't really have resonance. And the other big reason is because invariably for most of our projects, that's the starting of our project. You have all of those rooms, you've got all of that, you need 21,000 square feet because you've calculated circulation at 20% or 30%. But really the heart of the project is in that 4920. That's where the life of the building is. That's where everything of magic happens. Between classroom 1 and storeroom 9 and entrance 13 and the toilets, that's where the guy will meet the girl, or that's where the teacher will catch the guy who's been absconding, or that's where you will sit and have your chai and think about tomorrow's mischief, whatever. That's where the life of the building is. And all of our temples, our great buildings are all made of the stuff that's in between things. You end up in that small room where the deity is, but till then, you're in these in-between things, of places of varying scales and quality that gives you the time to slow down and then be ready to engage with the deity. So that, I think, is the problem, that we are just focusing on circulation as one of those many things, and in fact, it is like that. It's like the Japanese calligraphy artist. He's not drawing the black line. He's finding the white space. That in arranging the program, in putting the things together, you're trying to find the gestalt of that plan. It's the Noli diagram. It's the stuff that then comes between things. So it's really the white space that's between. And so when we two schools that I'll quickly show you, this is about that in-between space where Tansen can meet Haridas and bring Akbar's, to listen to the great master under the shade of the trees in the most beautiful garden. And so there's IRA, which is a school in Bangalore, which is all about this stuff that's in between things. It's terraces, platforms, amphitheaters, landscape, etc. So that's the plans, the section, and then a series of these sort of open spaces with gardens and volumes. So that's the building, which then has this wonderful section. This is the outside of the building, not as exciting. It's got a lot of landscape, etc. on the outer surface. These are the classrooms. And for me, really, that's the diagram. This is Surabhi's beautiful drawing. Orko and Surabhi were the architects on this project. Orko magically came when the project started and left after it was over. It was like just God sent. But this section tells you about what that world is like, light coming into that space, naturally ventilated, and these beautiful spaces for places for congregation. So that's IRA with that in-between quality of that in-between space. And then we did another school in Bangalore called Neve Academy, which is also basically the idea of the place in the shade. It's got this large canopy which floats over a series of terraces and platforms. So really the plan is only 50% program, the rest 50% is all stuff in between. So it's all the gray stuff that you see in these plans are all the in-between spaces that are used for all kinds of activities, but it's all covered with one large tensile fabric roof. So you get this big roof that hovers over the building. There's a moat that separates the profane world from the sacred world, and then you get in and you get this world which then has got all kinds of scales for, the more boisterous kids, and the shy ones can sit in the smaller, darker places, etc. So that's the roof and this series of terraces and platforms for activity. So 3 ideas for this idea of the in-between: the idea of circulation, the idea that there is a threshold, there's a space where the city meets the building, or there's a threshold where the building meets the sky or building meets the ground. Then there's this idea of the society of the rooms, that putting the rooms together is like the calligrapher making his stroke on the paper. And the last is this notion of a portal, that sometimes this circulation you transcend. It's like this morning when we were at the Mahalakshmi temple, the moment the lights went off, for a minute it felt like you had This is a separation. That instead of building a building, that they should go out into the community and live in the community and work there. So they scrapped the project. Poor architect. But it is amazing that for the great architect too, you have to listen to your client, you have to understand what is going on, and through that engagement, don't treat it as a constraint. It's an opportunity to understand the world differently. So there's the program. The big squares are all the public, and the linear things are the staying accommodation. But you can see the open space just getting really, really, really tight. It's just that at the end of 2 years. And that's the amazing, look at that amazing building. I mean, and he did a house, he did another nunnery scheme, and they were all, and then of course he did the Bangladesh buildings, which is all about these, and the Bryn Mawr College as well, all about the junctions of these pure archetypal forms and what happens when they meet in those wonderful corners. We also got the chance to work with Allies and Morrison. That's Graham Morrison and Bob Allies on 2 projects. One was built, the other was for the Nalanda University. This is their office in London. But what we learned from them is the way that you make a plan, the clarity of this plan. This is a hotel and an apartment building in Bangalore. But look at that plan. It's organized 7 bays, 7 bays, 7 bays with service cores in the middle. The western side is all the back-end stuff, kitchens in the back of house. The eastern side is just a deep veranda for enjoying the landscape, completely open to the elements. So there's that 90-meter long corridor. There's the prospect out onto the east, the sort of more protected portions on the west. And that model was made 2 weeks into the process. And it captures everything about this incredibly complex set of requirements. 120 hotel rooms, banquet rooms, restaurants, 14, 15 apartments, pool. It's all in that gestalt. The ground floor public areas, the 5th floor public areas, hotel at the bottom, pool on the 5th floor, and apartments on the top. And 2 cores. What a clear diagram. What clarity. And then in section 2, the east and the west have different relationships to the outside. The west is more sort of tucked in, it's protected, and the east has prospect out onto the garden. And of course, those are also the places where services transfer, so you need that height. So working with the functional requirements, but also coming to a diagram which is so compelling. So that's, we did the interiors, but the building is completely by Allies and Morrison. We did all of the working drawings for this building. It was a great opportunity with Gautam Nambishan, our client, who we did, 5 mock-ups for the rooms. It was a great opportunity for us to do this building with Allies and Morrison. Yeah. So this is, we worked, and we also on this project got all of the consultants that Doshi used on IIM on this project. So Mr. Hegde did the structure, Mr. Nagbhushan did the plumbing. We had, there was a wonderful engineer as well, whose name I can't now remember, but who was the person Doshi had hired on site, for IIM. He's also no more now. But yeah, so this is, and so you can see that the interiors fit into that cadence of 4 meters. It catches the sort of rigor of that structure, and it's all inserted into it so that the clear and obvious geometry of the building is highlighted by the way the interiors work with, and the flooring and all of it, it all sort of lines up with that. This is the pool on the 5th floor, some rooms, etc. And we did a pavilion on top for Gautam and his wife, my sister-in-law, and so this is a wonderful terrace pavilion, which now you have access to the sky, etc. And it's just a pleasure palace, a house for 1,001 nights, we call it, where all the parties are held. So all of these, and that pool's really lovely because when you're in the pool, the water of the pool and the Vartur lake, you can see are in one line. So it sort of foreshortens the distance out to the lake. And this is Nalanda University. I'll run through. This is with, we lost this to Doshi's office, to Katpalya, to Rajiv. So this, we were invited, we were on a wait, wonderful site, 500 acres, and we were interested in simple buildings and complex open spaces as we had seen in Nalanda, in the original Nalanda University, these beautiful interstitial spaces that were formed by really pure archetypal forms, very much like Khan's plans. And then these were the other principles of that project, that we would have a kind of crossroads and that the center of campus would link the railway train track to the villages and other villages, that the campus would be part of the fabric. Of course, while we were in the competition, they built a 15-foot tall compound wall with barbed wire around the site. So I guess that wouldn't have worked. Asymmetry of the place is that on one side you have prospect out onto the hills, the other side was more sequestered, and so that was something guiding the plan. This is really important for those of you who are doing a large campus, that we had a very large program for this project and 7 schools in this 500 acres. So what Allies and Morrison very cleverly did is they divided all of the program into 7. So with each school, they put all of the attending program of housing and whatever other services that was there. So one module, if that module you did 7 times across that site, you would cover all the program. But that gave us the size of that kind of a block, so that we would now know how much of that site would get occupied by this program. And it really was the key, understanding of the program. And then the idea of density. Today, while we were walking in the inner city, I mean, the idea that if you are very, very sort of narrow and shaded streets, that you would immediately sort of be able to address Bihar's hot, dry condition. That's the master plan and some views of that internal environment. I'll skip through this. This is Mohe in Murcia. This is a project that's just about public. What does it mean to make a public building? And for me, I think it means that it is a place of vantage. Like all of those angels and deities across on the chapel, that now this public building, a person like me can come up to this terrace and look down onto that plaza and claim it as mine, as public, as truly mine. And that's really a sense of power and ownership, that vantage gives you the ability to access. And so when we were doing the BIC, these were the 3 primary questions. What's the nature of a public building? What does it mean? What is this? There were so many different programs. So what is it to make a society of rooms, like we saw with the other project? And then the particular conditions in this case was the idea of design by committee. How do you deal with a client you can't see, where it's a room full of people and you have to negotiate your way through this to make a building? They say that a horse designed by committee is a camel, and nobody likes the camel, right? So how do you not come to a building that has no quality because of this negotiated result? So this is the BIC, the sense of that open space. This is from the competition to what we built. Finally, it went through 18 iterations. It took 7 years to do. It's a very small building. So like in Khan's building, rather than compressing the open space between the program, we actually stretched everything out to create a promenade inside the building for public activities. So here are some sketches of that building and the notion of that public space that goes right across that section. Some sketches of that internal environment and the building itself, which then has this portal against which all of the program abuts in different ways. You enter that portal and you're in this place where there's a brick wall which which guides one side of that open space. It's got a volume. So this is completely open space that the BIC has now appropriated in 1,000 different ways for book launches, performances, etc. And that's the volume. There's an auditorium in that building. It's a natural sound box. We did this with Didier Weiss, a wonderful engineer from Auroville. So all of these inflected in ways that without amplification you can hear everything within this auditorium. And these are other public spaces. Harshit is here. Harshit Naik was the project architect on this project. Really, it's the result of his blood, sweat and tears in a way. He was on site almost every day for, 3 years. And then immediately after it, he left. He had enough. But yeah, without him, this would not have happened. There he is, Harshit on the left there. He even now I call him like, where is this gate drawing that you did for BIC? And then he will send me the gate drawing. So there's Divyang's drawing of the BIC with all of that wonderful public activity. It's back again like this after the COVID freeze. Again active, full of people, full of life. And that auditorium in BIC has hosted 4 Nobel laureates, in the past 4 years. So it's really an active, vibrant public institution in the city, though it's so small. And the last, this is just, I'm going to skip through this. This is the Market Masterclass stuff, which, we'll just go through this real quick. A wonderful opportunity. If any of you have the opportunity to go, please don't miss it. It's something that changes your life. You spend time with great, evolved, mature human beings, and it changes you. It makes you more reflective, and at least I believe it does. And this is the plan we came up at the end of that process with a whole bunch of others. There were 5 of us in this group. But there's Market's building on the left, the beautiful Boyd Center, and this is a wonderful diagram of that new insert. And so precedent is also, all of you do this. I mean, Avinash, amazing genius that he is. I mean, he does these beautiful drawings that capture the intensity of light. It gives you an abstract understanding of what is really going on in these buildings. I do my own drawings in a sort of very, very academic way. It's mostly plans and sections to understand scale. But I think one must try to draw experience. How do you experience the intensity and interiority of these buildings? And so to end, these are my gurus in a way. On the left are ideas that are really important to me. The Matt building by Peter Smithson, the idea that the buildings are like, and our temples are like that really the circulation is what makes buildings, and that you plug in program onto that circulation. Participatory space is a big one. We learn a lot from Mr. Mohe, from Mohe sir's work, because his work is predicated on the notion of participatory space, that you're in that section and you're enlivened because of your engagement with others in that space. And that's Hermann Hertzberger's sketch. Form and design is Kahn's beautiful articulation of what design is all about, that you ask the first fundamental question of what is the nature of things, what is the form of it, what is a monastery, what is a school, what is a house. And design is the negotiation with circumstance, that every project brings with it circumstances which then temper your understanding of form, of nature. Charles Corrier's idea of deep structure, the idea that you come into a place like Melkote or to Boginandishwara temple in Nandi Hills, and for a minute you lose yourself in the history of man, that somehow you come to that place and it connects you back viscerally to all of those previous attempts to get water from the ground, or I don't know what it is, but there's some kind of a link that binds all of us. Utzon's idea of the beautiful idea, the notion of the beautiful idea, that somehow in all of our projects we want to make something that is meaningful. And the last is, of course, Moneo's idea of publicness. What is it to be in public space? And what is, I mean, Biju talked about it beautifully, about these transitions between the private lives we lead and our public engagement. And Anil Dubey was my teacher, the person who taught me how to draw. Charles Corrier, of course, who I came to know very late in his life. His last Christmas we spent together in Goa, and those are memories that, these are not architectural things that you take away. You understand what it is to be human, to be alive to the world, to engage with it in active ways, that you bring to the table your opinion, your learning, your predicament, and that in that engagement you learn and you grow. I mean, Korea is the greatest example for that. Fred Cotter, my teacher my employer in Boston, who told me about cities. Julian also, my great teacher, theory of city form at MIT. Graham Morrison, clarity, purpose, rigor, structure, and then the Mercat Masterclass masters, real human, true human qualities, of generosity, empathy, kindness, and this idea of patience, of time, of just letting things pass slowly. And of course, to end with Doshi, the great master who, now of course we miss him dearly. But the two films are just, I don't know how they happened. My brother, it's a conspiracy. Participants and circumstances, that Prem appears, that the time is right. Doshi says, come on Monday, and there we are on Monday with our cameras in 2008. And then again, the circumstances and participants had to be right. So Ruturaj then came in 2019, and so then we could do it again. And so there are these moments, and Doshi says that in the film, there are always these clues. And one must be aware and alive to that moment, that you can catch it, because it is going past you in any minute, So there is us in 2008, 2019, Doshi unchanged in that photo, with that sparkle in his eye, the master of elastic time. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, that was quite a mesmerizing tour. So now we head to a coffee break. It will be of 20 minutes before we start with our next session. So I request everyone to please proceed to the coffee. Thank you. We are starting with our next session. So introducing the third speaker for the day, architect Sanjay Mohe sir. Founding partner of a Bangalore-based Mindspace founded in 2004, architect Mohe has had many positions of repute prior to that. He has had a working association of 21 years with Chandawakar and Thakur, besides which his experience also includes a short stint in late Charles Correa's office and in Saudi Arabia. An alumni of JJ College, his work straddles a spectrum of award-winning projects, institutions, residences, housing, research labs, memorials, libraries, hospice, factories, beach resorts, etc. Some of the award ones include JK Great Masters Award for Lifetime Achievement 2019, Golden Architect Award by A+D and Spectrum Foundation, A+D and Spectrum Foundation Architecture Award won 3 times, JK Cement Architect of the Year Award won 8 times, AR+D International Annual Award of Architectural Review London, Gold Medal from Arcasia, the Asian Forum for Institutes of Architecture. Mohe's well-known face adorning a lot of architectural forums, talks and juries. I welcome Sanjay Mohe sir on the dais to present the panel. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. What a wonderful event. Actually, these 2 presentations were truly mesmerizing. And actually, I was wondering whether I should really present because there was such a wonderful, 2 sessions we had. And I wish I was a young architect listening to these kind of, presentations when I was young. Because I think it was a huge privilege to go through those 2 presentations. First of all, I really got emotional when you showed those slides about Dhruv and the entire camaraderie you had and so much connect between the classmates and what we saw yesterday and even today morning. This was truly emotional, and what you guys are doing is really wonderful. For the sake of friendship, to take it to a different level and create it as a knowledge-sharing thing is really wonderful. Pallavi asked us to talk about the whole journey. My journey is really long, but I was just trying to put few things together. Now, this is a slide of Maheshwar, where I had been about 3 years back. And you see these ghats, the way, all the water level is there. And then this is something which one of our friends, Kuke, he sent me about 3 months back. This picture I had taken about 2-3 years back, and this was about 3 months back. And when you see this, you learn how to deal with nature, to be able to absorb, to be able to celebrate. And suddenly in this 2 slides, you learn so much about how our ancestors were sensitive to handling such, delicate things. And this is something which we saw today morning as well when we went to see the ghats and then walked through these streets right up to the temple, Mahalakshmi temple. And then on the way, when we are walking through those streets, you could actually see the difference in temperature. It was almost like 3 to 4 degrees less when we were walking on the street. And then we went into one of these pujari's house, and there it was like, I was asking those kids playing there, do you switch on the fans anytime? Because it was so comfortable. So this is something which we sort of learn about the nature. These few slides I had put together just to understand the light in nature, the way it filters through, and then when you just look at this and say, what green is this? It's just not possible because there are like hundreds of shades, and that's about nature. Nature doesn't replicate anything. Each piece is original. And then you see this light through this. And this is something which I always like to see, looking at paddy fields, especially when you are driving in a bus from a higher eye level, looking against the light and looking through the light, and the entire color changes. And this is something which is absolutely amazing when you sort of look at it. The light coming through, this is the lightning. On a misty night, sometimes we go to Nandi Hills, and there is a complete fog, and it's like watching a movie. one moment you don't see anything and suddenly everything clears off, you see everything clearly along the horizon. Next moment, again, it is gone. It's like watching a movie. The moonlight, and again, if you see, most of our festivals are either on a full moon night or on a new moon night, where you where you tend to celebrate light, and then you suddenly realize why Diwali is on a Amavasya, and that's because when you want to celebrate light, you have to have darkness around. So there is so much thought in doing. So whether you see a sunrise or a sunset, you would have seen it maybe 1,000 times throughout your life, but the moment you see it, you want to stop one more moment and watch it again. Because you can't hold on to it. It's something which is momentary. It's so dynamic. The entire nature is dynamic, moving all the time. And when you look at these kind of flames, you know that you cannot take this picture again, ever. This is, once you take it, that's it. You won't get this composition again in your life. The same thing happens with these waves. You cannot. There's so much of dynamism, so much of change, and that's what makes you, fall in love with nature all the time. And there's this famous Ephelwright's statement. He says, I believe in God, I spell it nature. So it's like, seeing God in nature. And then he decides to put this object within that dynamism, and that's the most difficult thing. With such dynamic nature, you decide to create an object and place it, and then it should belong to that nature. It should become really integral part of it. And we used to have these 2 pictures in CNT reception, and actually it shows, how do you, how the building should age. It's all about aging, because any other work of art, you can keep it in the museum, you can protect it, whether it's a sculpture, whether it's music could be protected, paintings could be protected, but architecture, the whole idea is you are creating a shelter, so it has to be exposed to nature and how the building ages. And besides the object, if you look at the space, this is, Bijoy showed it earlier, but this is something which is probably one of the most gracefully aging building. We have a fortune of, visiting this many times because we keep doing something or other here. And every time I go there, you see something new, something, the nature and the architecture has really interwoven and it has all become one. So looking back at my journey, I have just put down few things which sort of interested us, which bothered us, which we discussed a lot about. And thankfully, Bijoy spoke about base group, and those were the real formative things after college when I came to Bangalore, and we were all young architects, and some 6, 7 of us, everyone had gone abroad and come back. And everyone was trying to sort of discover things, questioning things and all. And invariably, for some reason or other, all the discussions would end up with Korea and Doshi. And we had these 2 groups. One would support Doshi, another one would support Korea. And at the end of, after a lot of beer, we'll end up fighting against each other. And but both of them were gods for us. And they would visit Bangalore. Initially, Doshi, when IIM was happening, and we would meet him almost after every 2 months, and somebody will call and say that God is coming, and all of us would be so excited about it. And after you meet him for next day morning, I would go early morning, sit in the office, and as if you start working as if you are going to change the whole world. So that kind of, he would inspire you so much that, and so that was the time we spoke so much about scale. I was talking about idea of inhabiting space, and we talk about people participating into the space, but a person like me who grew up in a chawl in Mumbai. For us, I can't imagine space without people, because there are always people around. Every house, every corridor, every room, the chawl was about people. It was all about, celebration, about emotions, about connecting each other and all. So maybe for the Europeans they see very few people on the street and all typically. For us, inhabiting space is part of we cannot imagine a space without people. So that comes naturally to all of us, I feel. Talking about the scale, we used to talk so much about it, and whether it should be 2.1, 2.4, whether when you lift your hand up, you should be able to touch the roof and all. So a lot of time spent discussing about the scale, and all these buildings during that time, I used to use 2.25 as a scale, because when I lift my hand, it goes to 2.25. And that was the scale which was used to sort of bring make it more human. This is one of the libraries. These presentation drawings, some of them were done by Vikram, who is here. So there we were trying to, preserve the ambience of the existing trees. We would have actually liked to put a fortifying wall and just keep that whole space as a library without building anything, but eventually you have to put books there. So you have to sort of enclose it with some space, and then create different situations where you can face a blank wall, sit under a double height or a single height, or next to the tree, or put your feet into the water and sit, or sit on the deck. And then within that fortress kind of a situation, we created all those different possibilities happening within that. Again, talking about the scale, this height was initially 2.25, but then this land here was sloping, and we wanted to see the soffit. So by then the shuttering was done, and during that time I was ready to pay the contractor, because it was my fault to pay for that entire thing and lift the whole slab by about 250 centimeters. But luckily he didn't take money from me, but he lifted it, because he he realized, I was so passionate about it. But actually, these things we were doing it because we felt it that it had to be done. It's not that doing it just for the sake of it. Actually, lifting it by about 8 inches, it really made a difference, because from a distance you could see that soffit and connect it with the rest of the thing. So much about the scale. So the buildings which were done during that time had that notion. It was you can make out the similarity in terms of expression, similarity in terms of scale. This was Karunashraya for terminally ill patients. But it was about using local granite, which was abundantly available during that time. The craftsmanship was available. The only problem was, instead of 230 thick wall, you had to build 380 thick wall. But otherwise, even in terms of cost and all, it was fairly comparable. But slowly over the time, the skill was lost. The people were not ready to wait for, actually, when you have this stone on the site, it makes that sound, tung, 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 when they start, chipping it. So earlier, those visiting those sites, you always could hear that sound. It's almost like the temple bell, tung, 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 tung. And that music used to be always there, that the stone being chipped on the site when the structure is coming up. Actually, I spoke about the light in nature. So we were always concerned about how do you control light. And most of the base discussions used to be around that idea of light. And then there used to be so many stories we used to hear, especially from Kannadis and all. When Louis Khan would come to Ahmedabad for IIM, and it seems there was one dinner, and suddenly the light went off, and suddenly somebody switched on the match, and suddenly Khan said, "Oh, light!" And Just that statement, but we used to get goosebumps just by listening to those stories. Just that sensitivity of, being aware of light, that's all. So that's how we sort of grew up discussing about light. So when I'm showing this slide, it's about light and darkness. So you create a darkness, then you create a light, then you create a darkness, then you create a light, then you create a darkness, then you create a light. So it's a whole sequence, and then you kind of try to articulate it, very consciously, that you come through this section. There's a darkness here, but then you see that sliver of light coming in here. Then you make sure that light doesn't spread, and you get a darkness here. Then again, the light falls only onto that wall, not onto the front wall. And then again, you have a darkness and a light. So you can actually see this whole sequence of controlling the light, and this is where it is explained. So you have a light on this colored wall, not on this. Light on that colored wall, not on this, and the whole sequence goes on. So we had a lot of fun playing with the light. About the gravity in terms of how you bring the gravitational force down to the ground. And we used to have this one book in the office. It was O Arup. And O Arup had done some of these most fascinating structures, most of it from Norman Foster, Richard Rogers and all. And we would get so fascinated by the way these forces would come down, and how do you express them? How do you really celebrate those forces? And then you would have seen this, which Antonio Gaudi used to do, that just to analyze these forces. The chains, when you hang them upside down, you get optimum kind of a form. So he would then turn it upside down and use that as a structure to create his forms. So these were all very before all the computers and whatever mathematical formulas and all. So expressing those forces was something which was always a passion. And when people were used to doing this conventional factories, this was for doing this pressure cooker and all. So it took us a lot of time to convince the clients to bring the structure out and celebrate it. And they would actually prefer to have a shed, and so they don't have to paint the steel. Here you have to really do the painting and all that. But somehow we managed to sort of convince them and did a lot of this fun. It's almost like those Meccano parts you used to get. You can disassemble it, assemble it, remove it, add it somewhere, even the way these tanks were all expressed. So again, working with structural designers to convince them and to do this was used to be fun. This was one more thing where they wanted a very economical structure, so we convinced them that we'll say that we will hang this. In fact, I had seen one gunny cloth, hanging like that, and then suddenly we brought structural designers and we said that can we just do that. And so you had these cables, and then we had about 3 inches of RCC shell resting on it, and it was sloped that the entire rainwater goes down, and then it was expressed like a pipe coming down. So these were all structural experiments, and then these were the sketches. You can see the date there. Most of you were not born during that time. So it's all 96 and all. So we wanted to take that form and then try to do something out of it further. Responding to context is nothing new. All of us, all our gods taught us about, dealing with nature, dealing with context. So there were a lot of these buildings which were done during that time, had that kind of quality. You would try to save every tree, fight for it. And these sketches were, you had this kind of serial vision. So from every point you just stand, and then it's almost like walking through the whole space. And this is something we used to do all the time because there was nothing else. Either you make models or make sketches. And this is for the same building. It was an extension of that was Unilever building, what I showed. This was an extension to that. And when we went and did the setting out of this building, by then all the drawings were done. We realized that all the trees were not marked properly. The survey which was given to us, as usual, was not correct. So a lot of places it was all clashing. And there was so much force from the clients that you have to start the work, otherwise we'll lose those days and all. So I begged for giving 1 week's time, which they were very, very reluctant to give. Eventually they gave that 1 week time. So this sketch is important to me that because from the site I came, worked whole night and changed the whole plan with that red color. And then we sat and reworked the entire set of drawings and managed to save all the trees. So these were all the trees and placing that building, and then eventually we got that sequence. And unfortunately, that tree died, but all the other trees survived. So you can see this tree died. But everything else, and you get a landscape which is already about 25, 30 years old within the new building. And then just the study of light again into the entrance rotunda, which is all kind of supported with steel plates and hanging in the middle. So you have these steel plates which make it look very light, and it's almost like a musical instrument, which gives the sense of movement, and you almost feel sound kind of thing. Again, these are, I won't get too much into, but some of you would have seen this building. This is NIFT in Hyderabad, but it's almost like a Mondrian painting which is going through, almost like a fabric which is going through. But each of these square is about 6 meters by 6 meters, but interpreted in a different way. And then you have, actually when Mr. Doshi had done NIFT Delhi, and then when he saw this, he said, this building is like a thermos flask. He said it has this series of layers which control the heat. And while designing, I had never thought about it, that it is like a flask. But the idea was to bring this air through these narrow gaps, and towards the south and west is totally blank because this is in Hyderabad, and then you allow the water to come down to the southwest corner where the breeze comes and cools the whole building. So this was about more being logical in every situation, and then create these places for the lockers, because these NIF students tend to, they have the huge requirement of locker spaces, and they would keep their creations under this light, and then you'll find them spreading it out and discussing about it. And so the classroom or the learning doesn't stay in the classroom, it comes here, and that becomes like a ramp also for the fashion shows and all. The form is something which for a briefly, I also got carried away with some of the forms. Briefly, I said. But this is again influence of Korea's Hindustan Liver Pavilion, which is most fascinating structure. And you would keep doing these kind of sketches. These are very, very early sketches. So there was one proposal to do one library and all, and this was in Tumkur, and then almost about 2 kilometers away there's one hill with a small shrine. So we were trying to create something here and connect it to something which is about 2 kilometers away. I have this habit of drawing these fun sketches, which I keep doing it all the time. Though whenever I try to put it on an actual form, somehow it doesn't happen. I don't feel comfortable about it, and again come back to to the normal thing. So I drew this and then started doing that. So there is a lot of fun. I think it's just sitting with I do a lot of these on iPad. So talking about the form, this is one of these note mudran building for RBI, which was done. There's a story why it happened and all. Anyway, I won't get into that. But we had done something which was a normal structure, and then one of these young clients in this large team, he had gone and seen Bilbao. And then he came back and he said, why we have a chance to do something, why don't we do that? So I immediately said, yes, just give me 1 week's time, we will just come back. And then he made these sketches and brought a model, and finally it got built. But though it was fairly logical because the north light comes in from there, and then we have a protected garden on the south side. The entire volume kind of opens up, and that is the western side. So the whole form turns towards the entry, because from Bangalore you come in here. So you kind of receive the people, and generally the form turns around. So we got this exposed concrete with ribs. There was one of these flyovers in Bangalore they had used these kind of ribs. So we went, saw that yard, found out what kind of shuttering they had used, and then they used it on a larger scale by tilting it and all that. This is another kind of a form-oriented building. This is NIFT Chennai, and one of these trainees had brought this kind of a puzzle in the office, which was a cube which would get broken down into these smaller triangular prisms kind of thing, and the site was triangular kind of a site which had this sharp corner. So taking that into account, we kind of started playing with these triangular forms and created, so created all these kind of different forms. The similar character goes even within the space as you go in. Then suddenly about some 3-4 years back, Avinash would remember actually, this sketch was found in one of the books, one of the magazines. Somebody, one architect or Baba, he suddenly found this, and then you see something again after some 10 years, 15 years, you again get excited about it. So again we got excited about this form, and then similar form was applied onto this. This is this for Brigade. We did a senior citizens home. Avinash worked on it, he's here. So this kind of form which came in. Again, in terms of circular, the moment you draw this sketch, you feel some kind of a movement. You see that some kind of a dynamism into this form itself. So these were some of the sketches which were done based on that. And then we had to do one research lab for Dr. Reddy's Origin Research Lab. And then we created a path of discovery kind of thing where you walk through this space, get into that, and discover the space. And we said we are dealing with cutting edge science. So let's talk about cutting edge technology in terms of even the form. So though the labs are absolutely regimental, it had to be as per the international standards. We created this path where we had a library, seminar halls, administration, and the things connected not with direct research. So you come into this rotunda where there's dining and recreation and all. And then beyond this point, it becomes like a secured area where nobody other than the concerned people, they can't enter that zone. So these are some of that idea of cutting and looking up, which James Stirling used to do. If you see James Stirling's drawings during those days, he would cut these isometrics and look up to study the soffits. So this is the western side, which becomes blank. You enter from the northern side, and there's a sense of discovery with the light. coming from the edges. The moment you change the geometry, you start discovering so many new things. Even if you have to create a cut on this slanting wall, it has to have a third vanishing point towards the top. If you put a rectangular opening on this slanting wall, it starts looking very funny. So you start discovering so many simple things. That's where you realize how difficult it must be for Zahadit to do all those structures. So even to do some slanting wall, it starts. So all these openings have a third vanishing point kind of thing. And then the way the light starts coming in and coming into this large rotunda, looking back at that during night and during day, wanted to have a feeling as if, these rock cut caves, what you see, where the floor becomes the wall becomes a ceiling, and that same texture goes through, almost that carved out space. We wanted to have that kind of feeling. So the same color goes through, and then this is how it looks during the night. The movement through the space is something which is all of us this is the fundamental thing for all of us, because you have this whole static form which you have to place it on a ground, and then once you place it, it's not going to move for the rest of its life. What changes is the people moving inside, the nature which grows, the wind which goes through it, or when you put a water into it, the way the water moves through this space. So this movement through the space becomes extremely critical for all of us. And then Korea so aptly calls it as a ritualistic path, because I thought it's such an appropriate name. And the rituals keep changing. In a school, the rituals are different. In a research center, the rituals are different. But still, you have that path. And we tend to start with that path. And right from my earlier days, this is one of the very early hostel blocks. But if you see the sketches, and then again, it's like a serial vision as you walk through the spaces. It's all about that path. How do you really walk through this, discover, and come out? And you encounter all these spaces as you walk through that entire journey, which we kept on repeating, and even today we keep on repeating, that you start with a path. It sort of goes through, and in this case, this is Srinidhi International School. You have this focal point, and it kind of separates a learning zone from an active zone. So on this side, there are all these classrooms. On the other side, there are assembly hall, seminar hall, sports complex, even the science block comes here, and then beyond that, the path continues. So as you see, primary school, middle school, secondary school, and then this path continues. And this is all very, very active kind of zone, but the path continues. Now this is a school which we did recently. Again, Avinash had only worked on this. So again, there is this path, and this is for brigade, where this is next to that old age home what I showed. This had this lot of mango trees which we tried to preserve, and then created this path through the axis. But it starts climbing up. It goes horizontal. It starts climbing up. It turns around. It becomes part of the facade. So the idea was, when the students keep running, I mean, this whole area would become like informal learning spaces. You could actually conduct a class here. And then you start climbing up, and then this whole movement becomes part of the facade as well. And that really goes through to the top floor. And then there are a series of these courts which happen. And that path, then you see these layers happening. And that movement which you enter from there, go through, climb this huge amphitheater, turn around, walk up, and then become part of the external thing. So this is where you come in. On the left side is all those trees. Again, unfortunately, this tree dies. So you sort of look at that. Then this becomes an amphitheater where you continue climbing along that. that path, and then it turns around and goes on the other side. So, so these guys had a precasting factory next to, as part of their project, which this is a huge project. There are so many different projects happening within that. It's like a township. So, so we worked with them to create these precast panels. So we used it everywhere. Like this edge is a precast panel. This edge is a precast panel. These fins are precast panels. So wherever we could use their technique and technology to make it slim and of it, we tried to use it. And that remained as an exposed concrete expression, and to complement that, we kept certain areas as exposed concrete. So that's the path which takes you all the way up. And looking down, yeah, so this is that movement. And this is one of the latest sketches. We are doing this university for Azim Premji Foundation. I'm not going to show this, but just to show you that path. So we started with, this is almost like a kilometer long stretch. So we said that we will start planting this whole avenue, which will become, over the next 25 years, you'll have that greenery. And then you start with the path within the structure. So that's where that. We, as architects, we have to work with statutory rules, and it keeps happening, and it becomes always a hurdle to have these setbacks, create these, restrict the height and things like that. But there are certain rules which are very interesting. And one thing what you see on DN Road in Mumbai, they had this rule that you can build right up to the edge of the road as long as you give this part to the people. So the builder builds this space and gives it back to the society and uses that to build additional space on the top. And this was a win-win situation where actually if you just, if you know Bombay, if you come out from VT station, almost going up to the Flora Fountain, you would get the shelter through this. Some road crossings you have to run across, but most of it you would get this. And this is absolutely amazing. And a similar rule is there in Pune. Now they are slowly withdrawing it, unfortunately. Actually, the rule is that if you have a double height terrace, it is not counted in FSI. This is something which was a win-win situation. You, as an architect, you can play with these volumes. You can keep staggering them, create this double height. Builder gets an advantage because he can build that additional thing. And a user gets an advantage because he gets this open, or literally open to sky kind of a space. So these are the kind of rules which really define the skyline of the city, and it brings in so much of creativity, so much of fun into architecture. So we did this in the beginning and then created these terraces. So you will see one double height terrace here, one double height terrace. These are wind tunnels, and then this staggering keeps happening. So the idea was you have either a terrace like this, or on the adjoining or the next flat you will get a terrace like this. So this flat opens out towards this side, this flat opens out towards this side. So this one sits on the top of that, so you keep getting that staggered kind of a effect. So this was something which we used quite a bit, and then you have that movement which happens in the middle. Let me not get into the details of this. But in the next project, we tried to use the same bylaw in a slightly different way. This is Kritika project, where what we did is we staggered this double height space. This comes on the outer facade. This comes as a courtyard. This is also double height. This is also double height. So you enter into this apartment in a courtyard first, and then you enter the apartment. In this case, you enter apartment and then you get into the courtyard. Now this upper bridge which happens here, that is blank, so this person can't look into it. So you get this almost like, and there is a gate kind of a thing here. So almost if you put a Tulsi Vrindavan here, it will look like that house what we saw in the morning with a courtyard. So, so this was quite fun. So if you look at, so this one comes with a double height here. This one comes with a double height here. You enter here as a court. Here this becomes part of the outside thing. So apparently Doshi had also visited. One of the architects stays here. And then he called from there. And that was wonderful about Doshi. He would appreciate even if you make mistakes, he would appreciate and encourage you. So the inner court, outer court, and this is how it looks like. There's one more thing where we again reinterpreted that law. This was more like super luxury apartments kind of thing. So we created this almost like a Kanchanjunga section. Actually, the better view is towards this side. Towards that side, there was a slum area. So this is a little unfortunate, but these smaller units are towards this side. But we created a screen wall here, so you don't look into it, but still you get a light. Still you get a double light thing here. But all these have that double light, so upper bedroom looks into that. So again, interpretation of a same bylaw in a different way. So we created that kind of a thing. So that's the plan where you use this as an outer dining room, literally. So these are the actual pictures where that becomes a dining with a double height, and there's a screen in front. So that becomes a double height space where you have a additional dining which you can use it with some amount of privacy. And then in between the thing, there was again one special apartment which has a swimming pool attached to it. So that became even more slightly different. So that's the apartment with the and again one more interpretation of the same law. We were doing affordable housing, and this is something which I love. This kaka shops that we in Bangalore, we call it kaka shops. This fellow sits there and he just moves his hand, and whatever you want, he will pull it out. Within and any amount of storage, you really won't know how they can store in so many things, and whatever you want, they will give you. So we always thought you should be able to design houses like that, when it comes to affordable housing. So I'm not getting into the details of that, but we thought that if you, instead of having this double height space which is facing out, if you turn it round, it will have much more utility value, especially when your room size is only about 200 square feet, 250 square feet, because you can extend this space, and that becomes a multifunctional space where, these smaller apartments, you normally have just one bathroom and all. In the morning, when a man is going to the office and a kid also has to go to the school, so kid could be bathed even in that space. I mean, that was the kind of image of that space we had. So these things kept on kind of, you have double height here, you have double height here. So at the lower level, you use it even for storage, even for kind of a bed, as an extension of a bedroom. And then you dry the clothes on the top. So with that, and even the loft in the kitchen, when you, if there is a boy studying in the college or something, the kitchen is, empty in the night. So the loft of that is used by that boy to study in the night, and he can look out into the, outer place. So this is how the same bylaw, how you can interpret it and, use it in so many different ways. This is about, the energy zone and the comfort zone. And Actually, one of my professors, Professor Ogle, he sent me one note about the Jahangir Art Gallery. All of you, I'm sure, know about Jahangir Art Gallery in Bombay. This was actually center of all the arts, done in 1952 by, encouraged by Homi Bhabha and Mr. Hebal, and he encouraged Mr. Jahangir to build this gallery. And this became a center for modern Indian art. Actually, literally, the modern Indian art grew from this. And as a child, whenever we passed by this, you had some kind of a feeling in the stomach, You knew that something important is happening there. And this facade was, it seems, designed by Mr. Bajpayee, architect, and he had worked under Alto. So you see that bit of a... But what I like about this, when he wrote so much and sent me this article about Jahangir, what I remembered is that Samovar restaurant, which you are all young fellows, so you won't, but we spent so much time in this restaurant. This is just probably about 9 feet wide, and overlooking, the museum landscape area, so you see that greenery. So there was a contrast between a high energy area which happens into these art galleries, and then you have this where you come and relax suddenly. So there is a contrast between these two places, and you would find all kinds of celebrities there. I mean, many times you just turn around and somebody pulling your chair behind, and you will find some celebrity, sitting behind. And even Hussein would come see those paintings, come back and sketch on it, and then he will rub it off because that would cost into lakhs. So I thought that whatever you do, when you create anything of very high energy, it has to be complemented with something which creates that zone where you relax. And if, as an architect, if you don't provide it, people will find that place, and it would happen. And I started looking at some of the buildings after that, and realized that all these buildings, like this is in JNC, which is Korea's building, which is not very well kept now, but you have that path which goes through the entire spine, where you have academic area happening. And there is a path which goes through this wooded area. So this becomes a high energy zone, and this becomes like a more relaxed thing. And you actually feel the contrast between the two when you walk here and you walk there. And it actually complements each other, and that's what even Korea wanted to happen. As I said, it's not badly painted and all, don't look at that. So you walk through that. But that is complemented with this kind of a space. And you just walk through this wooded area. And each one complements other. And then when we started working on an IIM, and this part is, you're all familiar with this plan. And we added one small bit here and a small bit here. And if you see this is that real high energy zone where you have that, it's meditative space also at the same time, but you feel that presence of energy, high energy in that space. So if you, and then we added this classroom, and then we added a canteen here. These were existing hostels. But what resulted here, partly intentional, partly unintentional, this really became like that Samovar restaurant in a different way, So people just come here and relax. I mean, there are a lot of such spaces happening here. But since there are concentration of classrooms here and the dining here, people tend to sort of come and relax there. So this is that very, very powerful space. Anybody who walks through this space, they will never be able to forget this experience. And then this is what we have added, and this structure was incomplete. Mr. Doshi had finished this. This is Mr. Hegde, which Bijoy talked about. He's the engineer who worked on IAM project. So this is what it was when we came in, and this was lying like that for last 25 years, mild steel, all getting corroded and all. But we had to drill through columns into this, and there's a lot of, because the spans required were almost like 16 meters because the classroom capacity was very large. So this is how it was with this wooded area on the other side. That's the spine. So this is where we added that block. And created that spillover space. So you see this contrasting thing, pergola on one side, trees on the other side. So it's some initial sketches, that's the spine, and then you walk around that and come there. And then you happen to get this space, and that really creates that pause kind of a space where the people tend to rely. And then we then we added this small dining area, almost like a pavilion sitting there and looking back at that space. So this is what it was. This is what it became. So I'm going to show two more projects. One is on the sloping side. Now, this is something which is really exciting to sort of, work on. So we did this new management development center in a new campus, which is far from the existing campus. And it was a very steep site, and the people who worked, actually, Arun is the main, principal architect who worked on it along with the others. So that's where the site is. We had to do only that small building there. Okay, so that's amazing site. Now, eventually, some architect from Delhi is working on the entire project. What I'm going to show is a small bit of it. Just to compare a flat site against the sloping site, when you are working on a flat site, you have these kind of constraints. The moment it becomes sloping, you get a vision till horizon, you get a terrace, and you get access to the ground. So even if you put 10-storied building along the slope, each one would be like a ground floor. So you would have access to ground. And one of the requirements of all these new institutions, they are insisting that you shouldn't use ground space, you should use 10-story, minimum 8-storied, 6-storied and all that. So this section, and we told them it is 6-storied building only. So, anyway, so you get all these amazing advantages of working on, which you see it in so many cases. But I wanted to compare two projects on a sloping site. One is, this is in Hyderabad, it's called Learning Center, where the building sits very lightly onto the slope. It doesn't really disturb too much of a ground. There is porosity at a lower level, allowing the rocks and all to stay the way they are, and then you just approach them whenever required. The other one, this is in Pune, Madhuban, and this sits firmly onto the ground. So each level is kind of becomes integral part of the ground, and you can access the ground. As I said, this is hugging the ground. This is sitting on the top and using the view of the valley. So two different situations. This was in Hyderabad, and this was full of rocks, and it was very difficult to anchor the building along with this, and it was very difficult even to blast the rocks or do anything there. So the building sets. This is the sketch which was done after seeing the site visit, and then I did these sections which connect with that slope. And then these are those various connections that you see, and the way landscape keeps changing. And then those barren rocks get filled up with trees, and it becomes like from every level you can connect it. This is the other situation where it kind of sits onto the ground, and yeah. So the idea was again to bring back the form of the hill, and when the greenery grows, it should disappear into the hill. It shouldn't stand out like an object. So these were, but you enter at the highest point, keep going down. There's one bedroom here. There's a kitchen, dining, and the living room, and then from every level you access the ground, and looking back at the top. So that was the site. What we were doing is only that much. So if you see the site, there is one stream going below. What we are doing is only that much part. So to start with, and then eventually one more level was added. So these were the initial sections that were done. So that's the ground line. Whatever you cut, you fill. So you are trying to balance the cut and fill. And you have these corridors. Again, Bijoy showed column section, Koreas, which is exactly the same, but it staggers in plan and creates. That's where I learned how to use wind tunnels. And that's we had a chance to do extension to that building, and that's where we realized that the force of the wind tunnel. Then on almost every project, we started working with that. But besides that, this is the basic section, which keeps changing. So if you see, the section remains same, but this block gets pulled forward. So you open up this space to create volumes and bring the light into those dark corridors. Then you remove some of the rooms and then create another kind of a space. So if you look at it, it's a very, very simple section, basic section which get transformed to that, which get transformed, and that's all. So with this variation, we started creating this. As I said, these were those wind tunnels, and then creating this entire progression, and then Dhanush from our office did this wonderful sections. It's almost like balsa wood model cut through. And you get these different volumes happening at different, So this was a basic kind of a section happening. And it keeps opening and closing at different points. So this building is just getting ready. The interiors are not yet done. But the exposed concrete quality is very nice. And you come through, since we never knew what kind of campus this would be and who would work on it, all the management team, they said you follow the language of the present campus with stone and exposed concrete, which we kind of continued. So you come into this space and get a view of this wonderful view. This is that Banerghatta Park on the other side. And then you see this entire, steps going down. So that's the section happening at different points with the play of light happening. You get nice air movement happening through. As I said, a lot of furniture would come in, a lot of soft furniture would come in, so it will bring in more warmth into it. So the play of light and shade. That's the room which is still happening. So you have this terrace. These would be green walls eventually. This is Arun who worked on the project. So the entire volume. These are those wind tunnels looking up at the entry. So one of this becomes a sports area where you have TT table, billiards table. The next level becomes library. So that's the library area. And then you have all these 3 levels on the top. So this is actually the ground. And the ground level would have gone like that. So you would have cut half here and filled half there. And which happens at every point. and that's the lowest point looking back into the valley. Yeah. This is the last one. It's a small residence which Yatindra worked on it. Yatindra is here. Yatindra and Meera worked on it. This is where, this is Bawa's Kandalama Hotel. And this is where I realized the value of the water level. Now, what he does is he brings this water level to the same level as the floor level. And we had done some projects before that where we used to drop this water level below. And you would always feel what is wrong in that, because it always, you don't get the same relationship of the water and the built space. At the moment we saw this, we realized, what an amazing idea, to lift the water level same as the floor level. So, and then you realize that this is in Karunashraya, where happens naturally. During summer, the water level goes down. During rainy season, it goes up. And you can feel the difference, how much. Today morning, we saw it again near the ghat. And you realize the value, the importance of that level. So in this case, the water level is just about 6 inches below in this house. But in this house, we brought it to the same level with a small channel. So there's hardly any difference between the black of the floor and the black of the water. So this house is next to, just behind the memorial. Again, this memorial, Avinash has worked on that. And some of you might have seen this, but I'm not getting into the details of this. So that's the path which Dr. Anji Reddy used to take for going to the house. And that's where he would take all these Nobel laureates and all who would come to visit him. The research lab is on the left side, so he would take them to. So that's the path, his bike there. And then you get a glimpse of that water across. His first car is kept on the other side. The presence of absence, what do you call it? The reflection of that void. And then this is connecting to the stars and literally, the way he grew up from the small to big, and then eventually it becomes trees on the other side. So you are actually, the way his entire life changed from the village boy to a scientist, to a philanthropist, it all kind of depicted here in the way he carried people along. So that's the void. So you don't see the bottom of this, and as you go around as a pradakshina, your eye level comes very close to the water, and then you just turn around. It's about idea of giving what he gave, and then you walk through this. So that's the memorial, and that's where the old house was, which they asked us to sort of redo totally. There's a huge area in front. So there's a long driveway that you come through, and there's a set of these nice trees. When you look towards the left, there are some apartment blocks which look into this space. But otherwise, if you change the axis towards this, you are looking into this absolute wooded area. So that is that. So you actually drive through. You can come from here, but for the house people, they would come from here, park the car, get into the thing. You get a glimpse of this entire green, and then one axis sort of opens up towards the other side. So you can go to the memorial from there. So the path what we saw with that Bodhi tree, that's here. Now this house, they wanted to use it as more like a guest house. They would use it maybe towards the weekend and all. So they wanted this to be locked. So they didn't want any courtyards inside or any water body. So because then the maintenance staff has to enter there and it becomes an issue. So in a way, what we were trying to do is bring these fingers and bring nature into the house. So though you are not, there's a glass here, there's a glass here. So though you have a nature within the space, you are not really, touching that. Normally the way we would do it in every house. So you come into that, there's one pavilion here, there's a large swimming pool on the other side, which we redid, and just 2 bedrooms, dining, living, large veranda. So you walk through that. Sorry, why this slide came, I don't know. Some mix-up. So these were initial sketches where we started working with these tall blank walls and creating those cuts through that, maybe even bringing water through those cuts. So you maintain the privacy of the inside, and yet you see that chamfered edge. So those, and some of these taller walls are actually shielding the western sun from coming in. I'll just explain about it. But so that's the wall which shields the western sun. So that remains protected. Some places where the water goes in to the bedroom, inside that bedroom niche kind of thing. So you can sit on a bean bag and you can almost see the water and get a glimpse of it and yet get a privacy. So that's the entry with the pavilion. That's the way these steps look in. This is the powder room as you come into, but there also we wanted to play with the light and do something. Sorry. So you get these as you come in. This photograph is not captured properly, but you see these pockets of light coming in within this exposed concrete, and then you have these slits of light which come in. Whole thing opens out towards that green zone. There was one beautiful tree. It was a guava tree, absolutely sculptural. So we worked around it, but in one of these rain, it just collapsed, and then it had to be removed and replaced with some other tree. So initial sketches, western wall, what I was talking about, the way you. Actually, we had put this statue in all our renderings, and surprisingly, when we saw the collection of Dr. Anji Reddy, we found one very, very similar statue there, and immediately, actually, me and Yatindra were there, and we said, you just shift it here, we want it to. So sometimes it just happens because it has to happen, the way you would take the light. So these slits, and then at the end, this becomes again a focal point. We tried a lot of options for this focal point, but thankfully we didn't do too much. We kept it simple. The way light comes from the side. Wanted this water to be seen from, when you sit here, you just get a glimpse of that sculpture. That's Yatindra there. The entry. This is where the guava tree was replaced with this. The other sections, the way veranda opens out. So as I said, though you can't enter, you feel the presence of greenery, though it is kind of outside. Now, actually, this is one of the first houses where we haven't used any levels. It's all at one level because there are some old person staying there. And that's the swimming pool, which had some very abstract kind of shape. So this Kannan is a landscape architect, and there is another Kannan, Mrs. Kannan, who did the interiors for this. Yeah, that was the last slide. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I would like to call all the guest speakers on the dais. Bijoy sir, Biju sir, Ruturaj, and Sanjay Mohe sir. Now we'll felicitate Biju sir. This gamcha is all the way from Assam. Bijoy sir. Ruturaj, please. About to start with the moderating session. We have architect. Yes, sure, sir.
I think today Kolhapur and Baruah Memorial Platform has succeeded getting 3 finest architects of India on one stage.
We have architect Ruturaj Parikh. Ruturaj is a partner with Matter, where he leads architecture, design and curational projects focused on design in India. Matter has conceived and executed projects of multiple scales and in various contexts with built and conceptual work in the portfolio over the past decade. Matter believes in the significance of India's enormous potential in the quest for an appropriate architecture. Matter's content platforms aim to instigate meaningful discussions to celebrate the diversity and richness of design ideas and practices that are quintessentially Indian and relate to challenges and opportunities presented by our context. Ruturaj is former director of the Charles Correa Foundation, where he led social projects and public forum initiatives. He is curator and editor of Think Matter, a digital media platform for contemporary Indian architecture and insight, a biannual professional design journal. Since 2020, Ruturaj serves as the program curator for Art Chilla Ahmedabad. So we welcome Ruturaj and I request him to take this ahead. Thank you.
This very rarely happens. Especially so, when Pankaj in December wrote to our office email for this event and for the moderation, I wasn't very sure. So I wrote back to Pankaj saying that I'll take some time because it's very difficult to do this often. I think for me, I'm still trying to recover from your talk, by the way. So it's very difficult to react so suddenly. If given the time, maybe you can articulate some thoughts in writing or something like that. But I'm so glad I came because one is, of course, I've never been before to Kolhapur, so this is great. I'll get some time tomorrow to go around and see the space. But also, I've learned to increasingly believe in these kind of gatherings that do so much more for our discipline and our fraternity and our sort of profession than those kind of big bang shows, because these events that are stitched together by people who do it with a sense of camaraderie, and we experienced it very recently in Kerala, and now and with you, with the Vimal Jain Foundation, you have done that, and I've always enjoyed that kind of closeness and intimacy with which these. I forgive my voice. I have a bad throat, but I'll just try to. So it's. I'm so glad I made this trip. So thank you very much, and I hope to come to Kolhapur more often to remedy the fact that I've not been here before. I had taken a lot of notes, but it's difficult to again respond directly to any of the presentations. But one thing that I felt we should talk about, especially in the context of very recently we lost Doshiji, and in that context, I have also been thinking in our practice how far we have come from the time that we were in school and we had teachers, to how we kind of now have started to crawl back to them, almost like a. So we have re-established I have taken efforts in the last 2 years to re-establish those connections again. So this value, I wanted to start with this, especially in the context of the forum, this value of having teachers. You mentioned them. I think all three of you mentioned these deep influences that people had on you. And what is it that, especially in our profession or in our world, that we hold these people so dear or significant to the work that we are doing now, and how important these people are for you individually? If you can put this in some perspective.
Actually, when I talked about when I spoke about Doshi and Korea, I referred to them as gods. So that was actually the position that they had in our life, and I'm talking about the base group. And I'm not joking that when Doshi would come, Nikhil used to call, "Arey, God has called, yeah, we have to meet tomorrow." And this was like a regular conversation. So we sort of, having that guru is extremely important. And I think I had mentioned it about this in the last talk also, about Korea's that article on Ekalavya. Most of you would have probably read about it. But he talks about one of his younger days when he was in MIT, and there was some class going on, and they were talking about a Sistine Chapel and Michelangelo and all. So 3 of them went down to have a coffee. And that one chap from the class, he started questioning, this should have been done in a different way. So suddenly he says that, criticizing Michelangelo, but today's learning system is such that you can question everything, and the student should be encouraged to question it without taking it, blindly. But if you look at our Guru Shishya tradition, which happened across the years, whether you say Indian classical or even right from Mahabharata or whatever, the Guru, whatever Guru says is final. Like even you talked about your teacher joining architecture. You just believed him. And, that is also equally important, to just believe in your Guru. And then you exceed. Then once you know that each of these musical maestros have done that, they even talking about Guru, they would touch the ear and then And then they have gone to a different level altogether. So Korea says you should have two types of studios. One is this analytical studio where you are allowed to question anything. And there's another studio where you find a guru and you just follow his footsteps, and you would learn a lot through that. So I think both these approaches are extremely important.
Yeah, sometimes it takes time, and I think to appreciate many of our gurus also. And I think I remember when I studied in Bombay, and Professor Chauhan, Akhtar Chauhan used to be my principal. And, many people think he is very tough today. We had him 30 years back, so you can imagine how tough he was that time. And I'm from the first batch of Rizvi. And so, he had these 40 students, to just ramp every day. And he used to come to the class and start, every day morning he starts making a column, starts with socio, cultural, political. And, it used to go like bouncer to us, and we were fascinated by those buildings that I was showing you, Corbusier, and when you are fresh, when you are into the school, you are driven by certain imageries. You don't have the maturity to understand certain things at certain depth, but you kind of go through that process. And I realized, I was telling him, I was at his 75th birthday, I went to his house and I told him, all I do in presentations today is socio, cultural, political. And it's amazing. It's just got ingrained in you, So I think it's very important to, and the other thing is also that there are different kinds of teachers. Of course, we had fantastic academicians. I was taught by, of course, Akhtar Chauhan, but also we had this professor called Masood Taj. 3 years he's been teaching us design, fantastic teacher who's a poet. And we had to kind of go, not that everything that they said, we understood clearly, but somewhere it was registering it on the way. And these were fantastic academicians. But we are also lucky at that time to kind of have access to people like Korea and Doshi when they were doing really great work. Maybe past their prime, still, doing fantastic work. So I think it's important to understand teachers comes at different levels, and I think there is a role that fantastic academicians play in your life, and there are role who are practitioners who teaches you about practice, and I think it's very important to understand both these and start to kind of recognize this. I remember in early 2000, I was listening to a lecture by Frampton at Columbia. And he started this lecture by saying, the urban world has grown exactly the way Indian architect predicted 30 years back, much to his dislike, And that's when I actually started studying Korea's work in depth. And I've realized that, here's an architect who's been, through his work, telling us that the world may not grow the way you want, but you can still do better things within that context, whether, for example, Kanchenjunga. He did that tall building, even though he never believed in that kind of a vertical density. In the 82, he built that building almost to say that, I don't like this, but if you have to build this, which I think you will have to, there is a better way of doing it. Same with the mall in, Calcutta. Is that, an urban designer would never propose or promote an idea of a mall within an urban fabric, and yet, because he always talked about aspirations. He was constantly saying India is about aspiration. He said climate, culture, aspiration. So aspiration is very dangerous. It can take you in different sides, But our role is to, and that is where I really learned deeply about him, because it is not about what you philosophically or strongly believe in. It's about finding solutions to the limits that presented at you, and our role is that. And unless we find solutions to the problems out there or attempt to demonstrate certain solutions, we are irrelevant as a professional, And I think that is what I learned from him, even though he didn't directly taught me anything, except for a few conversations we had. But these are the things you can learn from his practice. And I think it is a different level of teacher or different kind of teacher that gets ingrained in you, And I think, so it's very important to understand, because when I go to colleges today, everybody is talking about, are you profession ready, And it's a very dangerous thing. And I think the role of the architecture education is not about the profession of architecture. I think it's very important to understand that differentiation. You have to differentiate between the discipline and the profession. I should be able to come out of an architecture school and become a politician, because I will become a better politician if I'm an architect. So I think, and the education allows you to do that. And that's the beauty of architecture education. And I think we need to make that distinction and not make the teaching or the academic or the discipline is about the profession itself, you know. And I think it's very important who you learn from and at what point it kind of comes into you, you know?
Well, on the one hand, you start following people because of the work. You look at the buildings and you're fascinated by, because you don't have access, or at least we didn't have access to the internet and things. So you saw the buildings and you thought that that'd be a nice person to go and meet. And beware, meeting your heroes, because they usually disappoint you. But the thing that you learn with someone like Doshi or Richard or people like that who've reached a certain evolved situation is, and that's actually the deeper learning, exactly as Biju and Mohe sir has said, this distinction between the discipline and profession, this idea of the betterment of yourself as a person, your own, your empathy, your generosity, your active engagement with the world to seek out the challenges that you think need to be addressed. I mean, Korea is a great example of that. Those are fundamental lessons. It's not an architectural education. It's not about architecture, right? It's about your own human condition and access to that. So with Doshi, particularly after the first, we had one interview with him right at the beginning and we were discussing, I thought it's going to be an architectural film, right? We'll do beautiful diagrams of the buildings and, cross sections and then the analysis of the modular or something. And within the first meeting itself, the conversation veered towards other things. He started talking about, eating a great meal and digesting it and, and burping and enjoying that. And that's how you become an architect. And we were like, okay, that's interesting. This idea of assimilation, the idea of, being rooted, not letting the roof fly away. These are all, they're fundamental lessons, right? It's like basic education. So that the distinction that I spoke about, the technique and meaning, unfortunately everybody is following that thing about technique, Let's get them to know AutoCAD, let's get them to know Revit, whatever it is. But what does it all mean? I mean, as a human being, as a person, to be in the world, yeah.
Thank you. There's a line from that essay, I think, I think you mentioned in your talk, the essay of Eklavya, which says that I'm not sure if architecture can be taught, but it can certainly be learnt, which is a great line to sort of anchor onto, because it seems, I'm trying to teach these days. And it's very difficult because it starts with this complicated back-end page that you have to put your 12th standard degree on. And I've tried to not put my 12th standard degree on anything till date. It's really bad. So it starts with that, it starts with that kind of professional, it quantifies the question of learning into that degree. And it becomes very difficult then to react to it. One of the things that I noticed in across the three presentations was this sense of the presence of people in those buildings, and it's very different from the way I learned design, because we talk about, at least when I was in school, we were taught to defend design as articulating intentions behind working out a form of the building or something like that. So you can say things like, I want the building to be cool during summers and warm during winters and things like that. However, it was very rare, at least from what I remember, to talk about buildings with people in them. And I read very recently, I was in Ahmedabad, and there was this book on Jane Jacobs, and there was a sentence in that book which she said in an interview. She was trying to defend New York from the planners, and then she said, what will happen, she's addressing a planner, and she says, what happens when all these people will get into your buildings and ruin them? And it suddenly struck that, okay, primarily the buildings are supposed to be for all those people. So I want to ask that question, especially because you started your presentation with this notion of a non-object being a building, and then why do you think suddenly we are talking about people after all this time that we kept talking about buildings in terms of architecture?
So I think I often say this, that architecture is fundamentally a social act, and I think what I mean by that, it is about people. I mean, in the sense that it is not about. I mean, it is meant to kind of occupy and kind of get inhabited by the people. So when we do institutional buildings, these are some of the things that struck us as we do more and more projects. When we started working on the campus building, we realized that, when we did the first building, the School of Aeronautics, even before it was completed, they started changing the program of the building. In the sense that the top building became top floor became management, right? The program was changing as we were building this School of Aeronautics. And that made me think that it is, what are we eventually creating? Are we so stuck on creating, responding to specific programs, or are we really creating a framework for program spaces to happen? In other words, the more I do projects today, I start to realize that all I'm doing is the ground, right? The black is the new white, because traditionally it is the black that was the fluid and the white was the fixed. And today I realize more and more I do it, the black is actually the white. What I create is really only the framework around which anything can happen, anything can change. But you look at that from a sustainability standpoint, it's actually a wonderful thing, because you don't have to rebuild and rebuild and rebuild. If I can design a building which has a framework which can hold many programs over a period of time, I believe that's a wonderful, sustainable thing to do. It is a direct response to the economics. I mean, this is happening because one particular program or a discipline didn't work a particular year, and another program had to come in to kind of make the economic change. It's a direct response to the kind of economic context that we live in. But there is an opportunity in it, in the sense that it is actually much better than what we were using, probably doing traditionally, where you can allow that program to change, but you allow the ground to kind of fix. Then when you look at like that, like Bijoy was talking about that 30% or 20% circulation, that's really what you're designing. That's your constant in many weeks. That's your framework, right? And that is about people, right? And everything else can change. And so I think it is also a response to a lot of over the years, the kind of work we have done, and partially also because we are doing what we call as mainstream projects, and we like to do that because that's what real life is all about. In the sense that when you do these mainstream projects, when you do housing, you start to realize what's really happening there. We are not in our bubble as architects, where we choose what project to do, which kind of comes to our liking. Because it is about going out there and discover what the world is all about. And that's your role as an architect, because for me, that is the most fascinating part. I'm discovering the world, or I'm educating myself what the world is through the projects that I do. Right. And if I have to do that, then it's only about people. And everything else is up for negotiation. I think I'm organizing, I'm creating a framework for life to exist and create memories within that. And everything else is up for negotiation. So I think that's probably where a lot of our thinking comes from.
Just to take your argument through, we realized this change of program, especially during COVID time. And that's where you realize that schools are getting converted into hospitals, and whatever is. So the function is kind of a temporary thing. And as the technology changes in future, it's going to happen more and more. So the buildings of future will have to be designed with a lot of flexibility in mind. And I mean, these functions are bound to change because the things are changing in such radical pace that it's very difficult for any architect to imagine. Forget about earlier you used to design buildings to last for centuries. Now for in next 5 years, you don't know how the technology is going to change. So it has to absorb, it has to change.
Yeah, Richard he says, that architecture is the making of places for well-being. That's a really wonderful, all-encompassing, vague enough definition that what is well-being, you want to sit. So then at the Pritzker Award ceremony, Doshi says, someone asked him, what in your opinion is a timeless building? And he said, I'm sitting in this building and I'm late for my meeting, and I said, chalo, I'll sit for another 5 minutes. That's timelessness, right? That's amazing. Like then you're lost, you don't have anything, no pressure. You can spend another half an hour. And so if you can make a building like that invites you to just linger, I mean, it is like, Biju was saying, the place that's in between things, what Mohe called the path. That's the place where you want to hang out, that's where you want to meet your friend, and that's where you will miss your meeting. So, yeah.
As we look at this work that you presented today, it was very striking to see how each of your practices have evolved over time, and it's a very important reading into how your work evolves, because I think it grows from the different. It's an osmotic process where you absorb from everywhere and then it becomes a part of a practice. But I was just thinking that if you have to be an architect today, what would be an agenda that you would set for a practice? Because then it becomes very difficult to talk about everything, talk about society and economics and then also have the same abstract concerns about light and form and experience and comfort and things like that. So on one hand, today we saw that you talk about architecture in that sort of sublime way, and on the other end you are kind of showing a Excel file, with all those areas marked and talking about circulation. So what then would be the agency of the practice in this kind of very wide world that we have set for ourselves to negotiate, and what would you set out to do if you were an architect trying to start a practice or reimagine a practice today?
Oh.
The difficult questions will be passed on to me.
I mean, it's like, what was it? Dean had an amazing, what was it? It's a time of constant, no, it's not, it's a time of constant crisis, but much more poetic. Dean put it beautifully, that everything seems to be collapsing, I mean, I'm smiling, but it is, in a way, it seems like the end of times. I mean, to be absolutely, not to be hopeless, but to think that, there are very, very pressing concerns, right? I mean, the climate crisis is, for one, an incredible, everybody should be now thinking about the climate, right? About how you would minimize, because construction is up there as the worst of the lot, in terms of impact on climate. So I guess, that's an important thing. But if one was to think abstractly about it, to just maybe not get into specific recommendations, the core ability that I think as a creative person one must have is the ability to, and to repeat again, is to actively engage with the world. That you're not sitting in the office waiting for the client to come and then to do the work. Your practice, for instance, Ruturaj or Compartment S4, there are a whole bunch of young, sensing local, people like that. Even Biju, Biju is also now working with the railways. to seek out, to see the challenge, to get out there and then say, maybe I can get involved in that, I can learn something from it, I can maybe contribute something to it. That agility to reimagine your role as a professional in the world, that I think is the core of education, that how do you make somebody that has the interest and the empathy to get out there and be part of the solution. So if it is climate crisis, then that's, the big thing. Or if the challenge I see is that on the one hand is this engagement, but the second thing is again to reiterate that you cannot tackle these problems through technique alone. That the answers aren't in the better Revit, knowledge or something like that. It's actually at the core of it is the humanity of, how you approach that problem. It is an incredible time. I mean, it is actually a time rife with opportunity because there are so many things happening that to graduate now means that the world is waiting for you, to come to be part of what is, this is epochal change, right? Nobody knows what to do. Nobody's got an idea. It's all going to seed. We're all still talking or operating in a way. And so I don't know. I'm rambling, but yes, I would say that to engage with the world actively and to bring your humanity to the way that you fix this is the core of, I think, what someone needs to do. And not only youngsters, all of us, I guess. Yeah.
I think eventually it's a placemaking, right? If you aspire to be an architect, like Biju said, you could be a politician, fine, but still, when you join architecture, your intention is about making place, and then creating a place for emotions within that. So you try to craft the thing to have place for those emotions into whatever journey you go through. So eventually, what technique we would use over the time. What materials we would use. I think all that's bound to change. It has changed over the last millions of years. So if you just keep it very simple and say that I'm going to create a space, not a space but a place. So space with a memory, which becomes a place. And eventually I think that's what it is, because when you look at a flower, eventually it stays in your mind as a memory. That is, even if it is not in front of you. And you can actually imagine a smell as well, the touch as well, the color as well. So in a form of a chemicals or electrons or whatever, it stays as a memory. And you try to sort of work around that as you create whatever you want to create. So technology will change, the means would change, you would have so many softwares or so many things to make life easy or difficult, whatever. But the fundamentals would still continue to stay.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that I think one of the most, qualitatively, one of the most critical thing that we as architects need to have is empathy. And I think everything is then driven out of that, I think we have to look at world, you have to look at situations empathetically. And I think once you develop that sort of that gets ingrained in you, then you start to see opportunities in even challenging situations, there's this wonderful book I sometimes quote called The Power of the Limits, and where Dochi says that in our fascination with the invention, which is what we are all doing, we are all crazy about startups, inventions, we all want to invent something new. He says that in our fascination with invention, we forget about the power of the limits. Right? You look at our context. I worked in New York for about 10 years. Bijoy worked for a long time. I think there is no greater lab than an Indian context, because this is where all the limits are. And if you want to be a creative person, you want to be among the limits, because that is where you can apply the most creative thinking into, and this is where it will have its maximum effect. And I think it's very important to understand that you have to embrace those limits, and you have to see opportunities in those limits. And once you start to embrace it, you start to give up a bit of you. I mean, I can negotiate in my project because I have clarity in my mind about what is critical to that project. Right? And so to be able to understand what is the core intent of the project, and if it is not about design, but it's about, and that is where that Bruce Mau's quote is so brilliant, I feel. He says that massive change is not about the world of design. It's about the design of the world, which means that we have to negotiate. Right? Design of the world is about me. World of design is about me. I'm not willing to negotiate because it's about me. But if it's about the world of, design of the world, then I'm ready to negotiate. And if you look at the profession of architecture, we are all doing that one project. I mean, we are all designing that world, whether you do it in Bangalore, I do it in Chennai. Whatever I do has an impact on the ecology, So we may be paid by different guys, different this thing, but we have that social contract as architects. I think there are these fundamental things that ties us as a professional, and I don't think any other profession is tied by that one goal as we are. And when you start to look at things like that, I think, it opens up a lot more opportunity. We are here sharing knowledge because of that reason. How many, I open my social media, I only see architects coming together. I don't see any of my doctor friends coming together as much as we are. Because we are, whether it's for partying or whatever, we are tied by that goal. My wife says that I can't have any other friends other than architects. Right? So I think it's very important that there are certain things which ties us. And I think everything has to start with that empathetic thinking. You have to see opportunities in things. It's a profession of utmost optimism, You have to believe you can bring that change. And when you start to believe it, you develop a certain kind of rigor in you, a certain kind of passion in you, which you don't want to give up till you find this thing. But you are also willing to negotiate with that world. And I think then you start to see opportunities in many things.
You wanted to say something, Bijoy? You took the mic and you put it back. Sure. Can we take, if there are questions from the audience, we can take at this point before we go further? If there's anybody?
Good evening all. See, there is a question from architect Sachin Akshikar, who happens to be our past speaker, the speaker from the inaugural session in 2022, who raised this particular question. He asked, considering the current scenario of, sorry, I just read the, so specific design conveys the particular language of an architect. Considering the handling of tools in the design process, how the parameter of scale and character transcend in diverse typologies of your architectural journey. He talks about the scale and character in different projects, from residences to the public project. So how the scale transcend in handling of tools in design process.
So I think there's this, I'm going to paraphrase, there's this wonderful quote, maybe Bijoy knows, he knows everything. So there's this wonderful quote by Eros Arnon who says that everything is relative to a scale, a living room in a house. Continue. A living room in a house, maybe a unit in a neighborhood, and a neighborhood in a city. See, everything is in a relationship to another scale, and I think a living room in a house is a public space within that scale of that house. A unit, and Korea says this beautifully. He says that you need more than that you need to live in a city to be able to meet your needs. In other words, when you go from a house to housing, what you call as a home is not your unit, but your community. Right? So I think you start to just differentiate. It's the same relationships, but just at different scales. You start to look at that, and we were fortunate enough to work at different scales of projects. And one thing we have been consciously trying to do in our studio is not to create verticals. And we are struggling now, but one thing we are trying to consciously do is to not to create verticals. In other words, someone could be working on an interior project today and 2 weeks later working on a master plan of a city. And that's because we want them to kind of develop that understanding of scale. But when you actually look at it, it is no different. I try to do, when I design a house, I try to do the same thing when I design a neighborhood. It's just different scales. Where is my public areas? How do I make relationships? All of these are about relationships at different scales. And so I think it's much easier when you start to kind of simplify scale in some sense. And I think what helped us tremendously as a studio is also we do a lot of diagramming. And it really allows us to see things in very simplistic terms. And of course, Korea used to do these brilliant sketches of hierarchy of spaces. We do a lot of diagramming, and I think that allows us to really get clarity of thought, clarity in those diagrams, and it allows us to understand the scale very well. And so I think usage of these kind of tools which makes you comfortable, which allows you to kind of really get a grasp of the scale of the project, because any project we get, the first thing I do in the studio is tell them to just take all the density and just make a physical model, and put it in the site, just to understand the scale. And your thought process begins there, because you suddenly placed it in a context of what that density is. And then you start to maneuver it, because once the faster you get an understanding of the scale, the easier you can then start to kind of negotiate the scale and all these relationships. So I don't know I answered the question.
When we had that event in Bangalore, Navnath sir had a nice story. He was saying that when he worked in Doshi's office in Dunn House, in the old office, he was very young, just starting, and so then Doshi came to his table and he had done some plan, and he said it's again I can't remember, but he told Navnath sir that it's important to work hard, but you should know what you're doing, or something like that, And then he had a drawing on his table, and so then Doshi describes to him, so you get into this plan. Like you stand here, you look here, then you climb the staircase, you take the staircase up, go up to the top, stand at the edge, imagine how it is to look down there. Inhabit the plan. I mean, that's a very basic lesson. But the moment, Navnath sir says that the moment he was told that, it opens your mind to that. The fact that after all, it is a place for us, for humans to inhabit. And so what does it feel like to traverse through that space to really, I mean, you were talking about these distinctions, 8 inches, 6 inches. What does it do when you do 2.1 versus 2.4? How does it feel? How can you imagine that? So model making is crucial so that you can imagine what that, I'm talking architectural, urban design, I think Biju covered. The other thing that's become really useful for us is virtual reality. I mean, so we can now load up the SketchUp model into VR and put on the goggles, and that blows your mind, because now you can really tell, that 2.1 is not right, I need to raise it up, or I need to make it 3 meters wide, or whatever. The amount of space and volume to really imagine it for yourself and then make those decisions based on that. Because I think innately all of us know what's comfortable, what's not comfortable. It's in us, to be able to sense that. Yeah.
Actually, when we were in college, some third year or something, there was a NASA competition, and each year had to do something. The third year had to do a community center for a project which fourth year was doing, some housing thing. So we were just trying to question that how the community center should be. So the whole idea of community center is to create that communities, the sense of community, sense of togetherness. So we said it could happen at a very different scales, you know. It could happen in a lift where you meet your neighbor, but if that lift stops, then the communication even intensifies. So it could happen there, it could happen at some katta, which would happen and it would happen even in Maidan somewhere. So we started numbering it, you know. So if two of you meeting somewhere on one of the katta, then we called it as number 1. If a larger group, you know, there are some toddlers and grandparents sitting next to it, we gave it as different number. And then we said that the community, if it has such, I don't remember now, but if you have that coefficient of, let's say, 80 or something, then it's a healthy community. Then you don't need to build anything. So our point was, if you can operate at different scales and create those different spaces at different points, then really don't need to build a building, you know. It can happen, you know, as a incidental spaces at different scales. Yeah, just remember that.
Thanks. No, there was this beautiful thing around, I think in your presentation only about serendipitous space, you know, that you do all this very hard work. And there was this documentary about the work of a landscape artist called Andy Colesworthy, who does these beautiful things and sublime. It's just so he says something very striking. He says all this effort, and he works from dawn to dusk to make one thing, and maybe 10 days, you know, all, and by the end of it his fingers are all bleeding and there are blisters everywhere. And he says all this effort goes into making something which is in the end effortless. So it's a bit like that, you know. It's, if it comes together, it does. And I want to speak a little bit about that quality, because it's very difficult to convey that. I mean, you can always, I have felt always that all the strategic concerns that we have about architecture, program, geometry, volume, form, are easy to convey. But how do you convey something which is the kind of quality that you talk about, Bijoy, in that Sikandra, and how do you communicate that, or is there a way to talk about architecture in those terms anymore, or it's a conversation of a different time?
Now imagine that commission. You're sitting in your office and this guy comes to you and say, build me a waiting station till the angels come. You know, it may be a space where I'll be there for eternity, so make it nice. You know, a portal to the other realm. I don't know how you represent it, but I was just about to say that, you know, this also the notion of scale and character. I mean, Kolhapur is fantastic. No, what an amazing, I mean, I've only seen a little bit of it, but already, you know, so many, like the big plazas that we saw, the ghats we saw, these narrow gullies we saw, all of those are evocative because of the kind of scales that they have, because of the kind of materials are used, etc. But I mean, why do we do measured drawings? Why do we document? So that we can get into our blood. I mean, we used to have an exercise, Dubey used to run this exercise in third year, where we would take a building that we really liked and we would draft it. We would draw it, you know, draw the plans, draw the sections. And the exercise is basically meant so that you will, in your blood, remember the cadence of the IIM plan, that it was 4.5 meters, 4.5 meters, 4.5 meters, or you will remember Alto's curve, you know, because now your hand remembers a muscle memory of doing that, that will give you the right scale. But the act of drawing by hand, I mean, what we saw even with Avinash's drawings, that on the one hand, there is the act of drawing, documenting the physical artifact. And the second, once you've kind of figured that out, the next, you migrate to the next level is to draw experience, to draw the inhabitation of that space. What is it like in terms of the light? What is it like in terms of intimacy? And his drawings, I mean, like Khan's drawings, I would like to compare they evoke that primordial sensation you have when you go into a building, that they are bringing you that experience. It's all drafted and the scale is right, but it's also giving you this sense of experiencing the building. So I think that, and you got to do it by, I'm from the Jurassic period, and so I think you have to draw by hand to remember and to have your hand guide you the next time you do something, that it's like being a sculptor or something like that, that it guides you to tell you that, like for instance, today we were in this temple complex, and Sachin was pointing out, from this temple complex, I think it was Sachin, that you look out onto the street and there is a small gate and it's just about, I don't know, maybe 8 feet wide, and in that 8 feet suddenly there's real darkness, that just doing that thickness gave you a moment between a very brightly lit plaza, a dark patch, and then the bright street beyond. Just how much is that dimension? So we measure it, right? Now you have it. Now go do it. Now deploy it. So it's all around us. I mean, if one was able to travel and draw, then you can do anything.
I thought you'll have something to say, because from your presentation I felt that you have a very clear grasp of that quality, that when you talk about light and when you talk about scale, or when the sense of like raising the hand and touching the ceiling, what is it that like it must have been in your memory somewhere, where you must have seen it somewhere, or you are trying to replicate it, or where does it come from? What is the source of that idea?
Well, we used to travel a lot, and you would always see these sloping roof houses, and most of them have this amazing quality that at a point it would come where you can touch it, but at the other end it would go to some 20 feet where you really don't know. But the moment you make that contact, you have established a connection with that entire space, and that's something which seems to lack when you start doing work with all these slabs, horizontal thing, and then you try to see how to connect it, and that we always realize through Korea's earlier work. If you see Kasturba's Samadhi, or even that Gandhi Smarak, or even that Portuguese church. So all these where you can actually touch the roof. And we used to have a lot of discussions about it. We would, as a base group, we would go to so many places and measure it and say what feels comfortable. Even in terms of height, when you have living room at one point and dining at the other level, and what really makes it comfortable, So many times we would, and I remember once in Korea's office, I had drawn something with some 3-meter dimension, and he came and said, "Why 3? Why not 3.2?" And and you have nothing to say about it. I mean, why did you make it 3? Because it looked like a good figure 3. So many times we take these decisions without questioning enough. So the next thing is to measure yourself, your body, and then say that this is how I measure. This is when I stretch my hand. This is what it is, and use it as a module to understand the thing. So I have been doing it all the time. The second thing, what we do always is, we know the dimension of certain spaces. Like Korea had done one guest house in ISC, which was 22 meters by 22 meters. Now I exactly know what that space looks like. So like that, you have almost, the whole bank of information that is. So many times while designing what even today, what I would do is, you would put a plan of whatever you have done next to it to understand the scale of that coat. And you say it is twice that, is 1.5 times that, height-wise it. I mean, that's the way you sort of negotiate the space and feel confident about it.
If you work on a housing project in a city, the client will tell you 10 feet or 11 feet. If it's a luxury project, it is 12 feet. If it's no, see, I think jokes apart, some of these things are also, especially when you, I mean, a lot of our work is in urban areas, so hence I'm talking in that reference, is also without, I mean, some of these are taken away from us because if you look at the building regulations, at least in Chennai, if you come, say for example, you can do 30-meter buildings at a 7-meter setback. Right? In that 13-meter, you can do still plus 9 floors. And that gives you 9 floors of housing, and that gives you 2.25 FSI. Right? So you are limited, you are controlled by the building regulations itself. And so a lot of these discussions are already kind of, or taken away from us as you build, as we become more and more urbanized, because it comes under the purview of that sort of the generalized notion of what quality is. I mean, that's what building regulation is at least whether you agree or not agree, but that's what it says, that when you leave a setback, it gives better light and air to your neighbor. That's the, so that's what I'm saying. So, but if you look at institutions, when you work on urban institutions, you start to kind of, I mean, unless it's of course a large campus where you can kind of have that flexibility to deal with. If I have to do I did a school in Bengaluru recently, which is a very tight site, about 50,000 square feet. You almost had to kind of maximize the sort of the density to be able to. So then you are kind of carving out space from it. And because it was a school, we could do only 4 floors to get to that 15-meter height limit, etc., etc. So there are, I mean, of course, within that you can play with it. I'm not saying there are not opportunities, but there are, if we have to bring in change, what I'm trying to say is that we have to also parallelly think of how do we kind of influence the policies. And I think not all of these are in our hands. These regulations slowly start to dictate how you build, what the scale is, what the massing is. So if we want a qualitative product, we also need to, which we are uncomfortable to deal with as architects. We also have to parallelly figure out how do we influence the policies, and how do we kind of engage with them and kind of try and make that change. And that may be a long run process. It won't be immediate. So I think we have to, I guess what I'm trying to say is that we have to kind of think beyond the understanding that not all of it is in our hands. And I think we need to look at other ways to kind of influence this.
Some from the audience, if there are any more questions, we can take.
My question is to all 3 of you. Apart from architecture, what keeps you going, or what is your life's philosophy?
I have no life beyond architecture. Yeah, it's I've been trying to exercise for some time. It's not happening. So see, I think, I mean, it wasn't a joke. I mean, it is the truth. At least in my case, I'm hoping it change because I would like to believe we are still a very young practice, because we are only 14 years old. We are still trying to say that at some point I'll get that stage where we have, good set of next layer of people who have trained up, and a lot of our energy goes in kind of training them up, and kind of really take these up. But I think what I don't differentiate between work and my personal. It's not probably a right thing to say, but over the years I realized to kind of, I have to blur all these boundaries to be able to be happy at my personal life and be happy at my work life, and I think which also means that I have to also get my family to kind of really work with that kind of culture. My wife is an artist, so to some extent she understands. So, but yeah, and I mean, you have to kind of, I mean, you don't go to an office from 9 to 5 and get your ideas, you know, and you never get that ideas in 9 to 5. So it has, I mean, and you're constantly observing, you know, when you travel, I travel a lot, and that is my break, frankly, even if it is at work. And that gives me that opportunity to learn more, see new things, and understand new things, and that gets, I mean, that comes as both as a personal life learning and as a work life learning as well. And so I think there are a lot of these gray areas. I remember there's this lecture I listened to, Katie. He had this brilliant picture he's taken in Madurai. You know, he was showing a picture of one of those ration stores, okay, and where you get the rice for ration, etc. He's saying it's in the middle of Madurai. You look at that image, and he was saying, and so there is this guy who is serving this thing. The kid is sitting on top of the sack, the rice sack. The wife is giving him tea, and the whole family is in that shop. And he says, look at the domesticity in that commercial space. You know? And he says, that is India. So, in other words, our life is always about these wonderful mixed-use live, work, play notions, you know. And I thought it was a very powerful image. I mean, we talk about this in our profession, but I think this is how we lived, you know. We were able to kind of merge all of these and find happiness in all of these together, you know. And that doesn't mean that you can't do other things. I'm not saying that you do. I'm talking about only in my case. But yeah, I mean, my main, where I really get a break is I travel a lot. And I like to travel a lot. I like to see new places. And that really keeps me going. Cricket and politics, I have a bit of a red in me. Architecture red has nothing to do with that. I'm a Malayali, so every Malayali, even if you're a right winger, you have a left wing in you. And so, yeah, so.
Well, I have one huge advantage. I don't have to defend anything to my wife. And I don't have to worry about some kid sitting on the top of the... So
only at 12 in the night.
So there's that famous saying that if you enjoy your work, then you don't have to work for a single day in your life. So just enjoy the work, that's all.
Well, I'm married to an architect. And we see each other 16 hours of the day. So we completely understand what a mess, what a horrible decision we made. But yeah, I've started exercising. It's been 2 months. Yeah. I'm swimming. I think with Sachin I'm going in the morning. You may not see me again. But yeah, so that I watch a lot of movies. I read. I do have some spare time. Yeah, but it does overwhelm you. These past few months have been really crazy at the office, and it's. I think it is important to find a separation, because I think the things that you do outside of conscious work enrich your work. That if you watched more movies, if you went out and saw more performances in music, if you exercised more, that you would become a greater architect. Though she's a great example of that as well. I mean, you know, he found time to do other things and never said no. That's the other thing that I think as architects, we get overwhelmed with practice, that we refuse to engage with other things actively, and that including family obligations, I mean, to make it to the weddings, to be part of, you know, all of that. That's, I think all of that, even if it's an ulterior motive, do those, because I can guarantee you that it will then reflect that the 5 days that you spent thinking about the design and you couldn't crack it, if you went and watched a lovely movie, the next day you will have the solution. Guarantee.
Actually, Girish Doshi told just nice statement just about a couple of hours when we were sitting here. He said that Doshi told him that if you have to be a great architect, you have to be a great human being first. And he said, I'm trying to be that. So I think that's wonderful.
We can take one more question before we wrap. So if there is any question from the audience.
Hi. This aliveness, this rigor you talk about. So it's very easy every day in a studio to get lost and get into the rut of things. So how do you bring this aliveness and rigor into your team and keep it alive every day?
Some of this. Yeah, I think he also runs a practice. You should also answer.
I'm paid only to moderate.
You're married to an architect also.
Yeah,
and you run matter.
The one thing you realize when your baby comes to your studio is how dangerous that environment is. Everything is sharp and pokey and all those. So we are trying to baby-proof our studio these days. That's how life gets in. No matter how much you try to keep these two things separate, no chance.
See, he's opening up now. So I think, I am a very strong believer in leadership. What I meant by that is that I believe if I'm not excited, I can't expect my team to be excited, And everything kind of starts from there. And I think the team is a reflection of the kind of values, the kind of rigor, the kind of passion that you put out there. They respond to that. And I think, and to me, I keep talking about this in the office, that especially to the people, we have 6 associates, which we just brought on 6 young people as associates to the practice. And for the past 6-8 months, all I'm doing is to try to kind of really help them construct themselves. And I keep telling them this, you have to self-construct yourself as an architect, because you don't come out of the school and be an architect. I think there is a lot of things you need to mold within you, not just in terms of knowledge as an architect, but like Girish was saying about being just good, empathetic human people, And I think that culture, once you built in, I think people will be excited. If somebody, if there is a major error in any of the work that happens in our office, the only thing we ask, when I say we, me and Kishore, is that have you cared enough? That's the only thing we test. And that's the only thing that we really we probe them in. We check if they've cared enough. If they cared enough, then I think, it's beyond our hands. And I think these mistakes will happen. We all will make mistakes. But if that mistake is because you didn't care enough, then it's a problem as an architect. For us, these are fundamental value systems that we believe in. We built into the sort of the practice. And that is what keeps us also going. Because when you do large projects, the negotiations are humongous. It looks nice when I present, but it's not easy, and especially housing projects. It's just tremendous. It eats you up, especially if you want to kind of continue to do these things. And so that requires a lot of will in you, and a lot of positiveness in you, and you can't do that by yourself. You need to have a team which kind of believes in it and get it. So a lot of it is about training them over a period of time, and we have to be patient. Bijoy, I think, talked about this. It's a very slow profession, And I think, today that is our challenge. I was in Delhi yesterday, and I was telling the same thing to Chitra and others, is that we are living in a world, we are living in a country which is very young, highly aspirational, and very impatient. Right? And we are dealing with a profession which is completely opposite of all of that, and it's very slow. Right? We are all very busy, but for years we can come out and do nothing, nothing to show. Buildings takes time. right? And it requires a tremendous amount of patience to be able to kind of deal with it, which means that you need to self-motivate yourself. You have to read books, you have to do other things which keeps you going. And that doesn't happen just in the studio. And so there is a lot of things that you need to do to be able to keep your team going. It can't be just about work. It can't be, I say that every practice has 3 things that you need to do as a practice. Architecture practice, I believe very strongly the value of an architecture practice comes from the fact that it's not just from the projects that you do. The projects is one part of what you do as an architecture practice. So your client comes to you and you react to that with a brief, and then you react to that's one part of it. But there is also, you need to think the meaning of the practice comes from the fact that how much you are contributing to the society that you are living in. And I think that question needs to be asked in the practices. How is my practice, how is what I'm doing kind of it doesn't have a major impact. How am I trying to make an effort to kind of contribute to the society that I'm placed in? And what is its impact? And third is, what is my role to the profession that I'm attached to, or to the academics that I'm performing? So as an architecture practice, you have to ask these 3 questions, and you need to be involved in influencing these 3 areas of domain. And once you start to do that, you start to find meaning in what you do. And when you start find meaning in what you do, all of these things gets transcended, and I think you start to think beyond all of this. And that is what keeps you going.
If I may, I remembered something since you. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. We were talking about scale, and when Doshi was doing his own house, on first floor he had this library which is 1830 in width and 226 centimeter in height. And somebody was looking at his PMC plans and all. So that he came and told Doshi that city engineer is not ready for certain things. So Doshi said, okay, I will make a visit to him. So he goes and meets city engineer and he asks him what is the problem with my plan. So he says that on first floor you have a library which is very small. It cannot be, So Doshi then said, okay, if I have a cupboard of books filled with books, and if I keep it there, is it okay with you? So he says, yeah, it's okay. But suppose sometimes I go there and I open a book and start reading, do you mind? So he said, no, you can do that, absolutely no problem. And suppose I get tired and if I want to sleep there, is it allowed? So he said, okay, yeah, it's allowed. So he just scratches the library and writes a storeroom on top. So I think sometimes it's very important to look at these things, very differently, like what Doshi does, Maybe sometimes we are too engrossed into certain thing, and arguing over it, Many times very simple childlike thing can change a lot of things,
Oh, no, I lost track. No, I was just trying to react to the previous question. And because you asked that question, I remembered something. The first time, not the first time, I had met Brinda Somaya a couple of times because we were working on that book, and in one of those conversations, we rarely talked about our work. So she asked how is work and all, and at that time we were just 4 people in the studio. And I was trying to tell her that, I'm trying to do things in a certain way, but then not everybody agrees, and then it becomes a bit of a thing, in the studio. And as I wonder if we grow, how do I sort of take everybody in, otherwise it feels like it's my practice and they are just sort of trying to join or support, scaffold that agenda. So she said something very nice. She said, what you are doing is you think that they will do what you tell them to do. He said they won't do what you tell, they will do what you do. So if you just focus on, conducting yourself in a practice, it somehow just becomes the way people conduct themselves in your practice. And it's not very different from, so it's very sort of I feel that I felt it was very relevant to bring it out because this is also like as a practice in a small community. This is also a little larger community, and and these conversations are very special because then they don't. It's not like probably when you say something, somebody is going to go and start doing that, but it's because they've observed you over years doing, or we have observed Mohe sir over years doing what he does. Probably with that, this presentation reinforces in me that belief that maybe I'll go out and do that. So that's something that I wanted to say. So with that, we close the session today. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for staying. Is there? Yeah, I'll back to you.
Thank you, everyone. I would like to thank Mohe sir, Biju sir, Bijoy sir, and Ruturaj for this astounding conversation that we had today. And of course, our lovely audience from different fraternities, students, associations for being here, for your timely presence. Also, we have a sir, we'll have a photograph, so it will be better if you could.